three study session items for tonight. We have Director of Public Works, Maria DeAndre, to kick us off on the first two. First up is an overview of the Complete Streets Initiative and applicability to Englewood Street Network. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So this item tonight, we'll be giving a brief overview, as you mentioned, of complete streets and what that means. So really, this is intended to be just an informational item to City Council to start to get the ball rolling in terms of what is possible within the City of Englewood and how we plan to go about our design process for two projects that are currently on our radar screen in terms of moving forward with a complete streets evaluation and implementation. So really, communities are seeking safe, inclusive, and inviting roadways. Not just roads that move cars, but also ones that really work for everybody. So what does that mean? Communities want walkable neighborhoods. They want family-friendly communities, areas for economic development opportunities, and accessibility for all walks of life. And that's really what Complete Streets is about. So this is the definition here from the National Complete Streets Coalition. You can read that for yourself. But really it's more about not just one concept, but really a framework for working within that for planning, design, implementation, and ultimately maintenance of roads that really factor in all of those aspects, as well as making it safe and accessible for really all users. And I think that's if there's one key element to take away, it's redesigning streets so that they are safe and usable for all users, just in a nutshell. So again, going into a little bit more definition, it really, again, all users meaning not only, again, motorists, but pedestrians, people who are on bikes, as well as those who are using public transit, so either light rail or the bus, as well as different demographics, so both younger people, older people, people with disabilities who are in a walking, not only those in a wheelchair, but who might be blind, hearing impaired, or also those who we might not see their disability, but have a harder time navigating. And then also those who have to deliver items to various destinations. And streets really do play a very complex role. So when I talk about economic development opportunities, areas to live and grow and do your business, streets really integrates with all of that. So they're not only providing access for homes and businesses, but also really being that conduit for being able to move all of those various uses in and around the community and inner community and within the greater region. It's also where we put all of our utilities. As you can imagine, underneath the ground, there's a variety of uses that we don't see every day, but also use that public right-of-way to make it more connected. And really, ultimately, depending on how we design the street, it really can contribute or take away from the feel and character of a particular neighborhood or a particular corridor. Interestingly enough, so this is US-wide, not just locally, but of the top 30 pedestrian crash hotspot locations, a majority of those have multiple lanes. So again, they're moving traffic, usually at a pretty higher volume or higher speed limit, above 30 miles per hour, and almost to a T there, as you can see, 97% have commercial land uses. So what does that mean? People are trying to get there on foot or by other means of transportation, and it can't do that in as safe a manner as possible. And as you can see there, 75% are bordered by low-income communities, people who may not have the ability or the means to have a vehicle at their disposal. And so they're forced to use other means of travel to get around. Similarly, when we look at it from a race standpoint, you can see that above, if the average relative pedestrian danger is that 63.3, you can see that Black and African Americans and American Indian or Alaska Natives have a much higher propensity to be considered at risk for pedestrian crashes. Some of the benefits of implementing this concept is enhanced safety and accessibility. So that goes without saying that when we start to consider alternate forms of transportation, taking more care with how we design those streets, all of a sudden that's going to be more safe and more accessible for everyone. And really, it's also about enriching that public space. So how can we do that in a more thoughtful manner? Again, make people want to be there, and if they have to be there, enjoying that time when they're out in that public space. And it then has repercussions back to the adjacent properties, where on private property, all of a sudden, you can see them taking a little bit more pride, a little bit more interest in what's going on within that public space. It also promotes equity. So as I mentioned, even though some people may not have a car or have the ability to access a car, providing them with the alternates to transportation is very important. And ultimately, better health and environment. So when we allow people to use those alternate forms of transportation, all of a sudden they're getting out of their car, they're walking, there's a health benefit there, as well as reduced greenhouse gas emissions and air quality in general for the regional area. Some of the challenges, I love this picture on the right, we're talking about utilities there. You can see that network of spaghetti of utilities and conduits underneath the ground. That's not an Englewood Street, but I'm sure many of ours look very similar. And really, again, it's a hodgepodge that we don't even see that's covered up by the asphalt or the concrete. But whenever we start digging in there, all of a sudden it's like we have to take care of all of that and make sure that that's still managed to continue to work, so that we all have internet and we have water and we have our sanitary sewers taken care of, and all the variety of other uses that occur within the public right-of-way. But all of that, taking up that space, is also a consideration for why it's so challenging to do some of this. Similarly, different land uses have different access needs. So when we start to, when we look along US 285, we'll talk about that project here in a minute. While everybody wants driveway access to their businesses, as much as you have driveway access, now you have conflicts with pedestrians and bikes. You also tend to start to impact the traveling public as they're going down the street, because you have so many people slowing down, stopping to get in and out of those driveways. So really it's mixing all of that together that makes this such a challenge. And really, in the past, we truly have designed this more utilitarian, just to move vehicles. So instead of thinking about these alternate modes of transportation, we've been so focused on just moving traffic, doing it as efficiently and effectively as possible, we've kind of let those other uses go by the wayside. And now we're having the challenge is going back and trying to retrofit to make all of this work within the limited space that we have. Some of the design elements that we can take into consideration, as you can see there, is possibly looking at modifying, and that usually means narrowing vehicle lanes. So with the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, there's an official book on what the lane widths can be or should be, and they can vary down to 10 feet, depending on what the type of roadway that you want, typically though, roadways are designed for a typical arterial are 12 feet wide. So there's actually 2 feet wider there, and that allows cars to actually go faster, right, than maybe you might want them to do. So again, we've been kind of doing this cookie cutter approach where we look at wider roadways to move traffic faster, where we can actually take a step back and see, does this make sense to make them this wide? What does that give us opportunities to do is to look at other uses for that same space. So putting in potentially bike lanes, additional vehicle parking, transit lanes, but also looking at some of those aesthetic amenities that also then add to, again, the feeling and the comfort of people who travel along the streets. So things like lighting. Do you feel comfortable walking out there? Do you feel comfortable and safe walking? Not only from just being seen by other people, but also by cars as you're crossing within a crosswalk. Opportunities within the medians to have more signage, more lighting, and just more of a placemaking opportunity. Access management speaks to those number of driveways, how we manage access to the different roadways. And then all the things that go along with sidewalks, and then, as I mentioned, the landscaping and that street furniture to improve that experience if you're walking or somehow in the street. Oops. Oh. Let's see here. So recently, DRCOG completed screwed up here. Sorry. So recently, DRCOG completed what they describe as a streets toolkit. So this includes, thank you. This includes an online map that it's actually interactive, so you can type in, you can see here, I did all the streets in Englewood. It's kind of faint, but they're over here on the right, where they've identified the opportunity to do complete streets on the network within Englewood. And they've actually given each of those a different, what they call typology, or what would that street typically look like based on the uses and the volumes of traffic that are on there right now. So we'll dive into that just a little bit deeper. So for example, one of our projects that we're considering this is Old Hampton Avenue, all the way from Lafayette or 285 on the east, all the way to Broadway on the west. So if you clicked on that map in the DRCOG interactive map, you would see that this came up as a neighborhood connector street. And what that means is that little graphic there that goes up and down, that it prioritizes highly pedestrians and bicyclists. Bus travel is kind of a medium, as well as vehicles, and low priority is trucks. So moving trucks or freight traffic really should be moved out to the perimeter of that roadway. It also talks about some of the other design elements. That's that table on the right there under the blue columns about what that road should consider when we're looking at that. So this was really helping a tool for us as we started to look at putting our application together to the Arapahoe County Transportation Forum to consider federal dollars for this type of improvement. We've also been working through the help of DDA with a community advisory committee to look at what are those specific elements along Old Hampton that we could consider that take these ideas into consideration. So again, this gives just a map here of the red shows that corridor that we're considering this in. And some of the blue hatched are the lines that connect to the regional or other sidewalk on either end of that. How do we connect to those? So you can see here one of the graphics that we've developed. This is on the east end of that project where we actually do have room within the right-of-way that we can actually add a landscape median in the middle. So right now we have all pavement with some fairly narrow sidewalks, and then just butting up to where the public or the private land takes over. So you can see we've redesigned that cross section. We've got 11-foot travel lanes with a 11-foot median. We've got a sidewalk on the west side, or excuse me, the south side at 7 feet, which is really nice and wide. Right now, most of our sidewalks within town are about 42 inches, so just under 4 feet. This would provide for a 7-foot walk, which is very comfortable to have two people walking side by side. And then on the right, you can see a multi-use path there of 10-foot wide would allow for both biking and walking that's separated from the actual traffic. This also gives the opportunity, as you can see there, to have some landscape strips along the edge so that there is an additional buffer between the multi-use path as well as the back side of the sidewalk on the south side. This is just a cross-sectional view of that same section that I talked about that starts to take into consideration there how you see where the buildings, especially on the north side, that existing parking garage for Swedish there, and just how that would start to look as you're traveling down the street, kind of that corridor effect if you're in that roadway. Similarly, on South Broadway, now again, if you go back, so again, this Old Hampton was called a neighborhood connector street as recommended by DRCOG. And this Broadway is actually called a regional connector street, so a little bit of a different mix. As you can see there, modal priority is given high to pedestrians, bus, truck traffic, as well as vehicles, and a little bit lower or medium there for bicycle traffic. And so what we've done in response to that, taking that into consideration, and this just has a whole different mix of uses. that you can get into more detail there on that right. So what we've done is looked at the opportunity to do bicycling not on Broadway, given the high volumes and the kind of relatively higher speeds of Broadway, but do that on Sherman, which is just a couple blocks to the east. So really we would have good signage and really point all the bikes not to use Broadway, but instead for a north-south route if they want to travel between the south end somewhere around Bellevue all the way up to the regional trail along Dry Creek Boulevard, or Dry Creek Road, or trail, excuse me, is that they would be on Sherman, not on Broadway. And we would improve Sherman such that that would allow for that. Meanwhile, we're still focused on Broadway in terms of doing some of these other elements, but we would move the bikes off of Broadway and give them that alternate route. And this just gives a section of what that could look like if we were to do sharrows on there within that existing roadway while still maintaining parking. This is on Sherman, not Broadway. So talking a little bit more, how can we implement complete streets within the community? A lot of it starts with just more education and training for staff. So that's not just engineering staff, that's also community development, our planning staff, as well as economic development and our finance folks as well. Really, it's all aspects of that go together. Similarly, public education and outreach, so starting to inform the public and get them interested in what streets could look like and what opportunities we have to do things a little bit differently. There's also grants available, I'll touch on that in a minute, as well as developing design guidelines. So we're right in the midst of Code Next right now and rewriting that. So how can we start to develop and implement some of these ideas into our Code Next code? And finally, if there is interest, there is sample policies available through the National Complete Streets Coalition, as well as, I believe Dr. Cog has a sample policy as well, if council was interested in pursuing that. There is a current grant project program available. The current administration has identified $5 billion nationwide over the next 5 years to put towards this. So safe streets and roads for all. There's a current opening right now for an SS4A grants. And really, again, as that last bullet shows there, it's focused on preventing roadway deaths and serious injuries. And so these types of projects fit right into that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or talk any further about any of these concepts.
Perfect. Thank you, Director. Any questions from council? Member Woodward.
Yes, can we go back to the slide of Old Hampton? Okay, thank you. On that, I'm looking at 11 feet wide on the, for vehicle traffic, moving traffic. There's no, I don't see any bike lane there. Is the bike lane shared with the sidewalk?
Yes, so on the north side of the road, which is labeled as that multi-use path, so on the right-hand side of the graphic here, the multi-use path would serve for two-way bicyclists as well as two-way walking.
Okay,
and that's 10 foot wide.
Thank you. That helps answer that one. Then the other thing, is there a width that the fire department wants on any street?
It's typically, I believe, per fire standard, it is 20 feet. I'd have to double check that for sure and check with the fire marshal. But typically they want 20-foot clear so that 2 fire engines could pass if they needed to, or park side by side.
Okay, thank you. Well, would that work then with the two different lanes going 2 different ways?
I believe so. We
Okay.
still haven't gotten to the point where we've sent the plans to the fire department, but this should be in keeping with what the national fire standards are.
Okay. And the third item, and I've mentioned this to City Manager Lewis, I have noticed in driving Hampton, quite a bit, Old Hampton right through there, that there are a lot of box trucks that are doing deliveries. And I think we need to start asking those medical buildings, Swedish and Craig, I think goes up Clarkson and behind, but Swedish and the medical buildings and everything on that south side, if there is other places that these trucks can park to deliver freight and, their product. Because I don't know how we change that, but I know if they're parking there, that's gonna shut down the lanes, so I'd like to make that a council request that we check with those people so we don't get too far into this.
Great, sure.
Anything else, Member Woodward?
That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director DeAndre. I really like this. I want to say that first because I think this is like the dream street, right, for somebody who walks everywhere. And so I would love to walk down the street. That being said, was it in this requires all new concrete, flat work, all the way along because you're totally restructuring the street and the widths of everything. In this process, was it ever, were other alternatives considered that wouldn't require that? I mean, could the street be reconfigured in some way that would allow for the sidewalks to stay the same, but maybe an added protected bike lane or protected bike lane in both directions? If I remember right, I think along Old Hampden, a lot of it has one lane in each direction with a turning lane in the middle. I mean, to me, that's kind of one of the obvious things. If you were going to eliminate, do some striping, eliminate the turning lane, could you add bike lanes without doing all of this? Was any of that kind of thought through during this process?
We did create, there were 3 alternatives for the created. So we did look at options where it was just the sidewalk without a multi-use, and I believe we looked at on-street bike lanes as well. We kind of gave them carte blanche to start from scratch. So we could certainly go back and look at a more limited disruption. I think we were trying to get the maximum of trying to do that balance between roadways and those bike ped elements. So I would say that was the direction that was given, but we could go back and look at that and see if we can keep the curb line kind of where it is and still maybe add the median.
Yeah, I would just, that's something I'm curious about. I know that there's a grant available here that allows us to do a lot more beyond maybe what we normally would. I think when I see a map with all these different opportunities for complete streets on all these places in Englewood, I'm just seeing dollar signs because this is the most expensive way to add walkability to a city. And I think about how far that same the amount of money it would take to do one street, how far that would go in executing our walk and wheel plan, for example. So I think there are trade-offs financially to be considered here, and I want to make sure that we don't, just because they look beautiful, all that fresh concrete and all that wide walking space is awesome, and I would love to see it everywhere. I would hate to go down this path and have all of our money get sucked up into short little pieces of beautiful complete streets project, but actually not get the interconnectivity around the city that I think we really want. So that's just kind of my feedback, but I do love it and I hope it gets done. But if not, then I would definitely consider the alternatives in terms of leaving some of the concrete in place on this and others. I'm not sure how much, on Broadway, if that's going to need quite as much concrete work or not.
Yeah, we definitely have not taken it to the level in South Broadway as we have with Old Hampton. Yeah. So I think we're looking at more keeping it the way that it is and just doing some enhancement at certain locations as opposed to the corridor wide or corridor long kind of improvements. Because that would be very, very expensive.
One other question, if I could, real quick. On choosing Sherman Street, I have a constituent that lives on Sherman that asked me about this. Why would we choose Sherman to put a bike lane on instead of, they said, perhaps Logan, because Logan connects all the way through to Denver and everything. And so they were just they were just wondering what the reasoning behind that was. And what I'm hearing tonight is that it's because how close it is to Broadway that gives it a nice, easy alternative to Broadway, or is there another reason?
Not necessarily. That was actually, Sherman was identified as the north-south route in the walk and wheel plan.
Right.
So I'd have to go back and see why that was chosen over Logan as a north-south street. When we were evaluating this project of South Broadway, it was just that it happened to be that was the north-south route. So it's not necessarily the proximity. It's nice that it's only a couple blocks, but Logan with the traffic signals could also be an alternative. But there may have been some reason within the walk and wheel why we chose Sherman over Logan.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know
Okay.
that reasoning. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Sherman's actually a bike route all the way through
Okay.
Denver as well, so.
Okay.
Member Russell and then Member Noonenkamp and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So the one question that I do have, because I've been over in that area a lot in the last couple of years, there are a lot of parking lots, access to medical buildings that you need to be able to turn into parking lots. And so, I mean, I like this, but the truth is, especially along, at least from Clarkson, maybe even Emerson, all the way to Logan. You need to have access to turn both ways, even from the middle of the street. So has that been taken into consideration?
Yes, so this graphic is not intended for the entire length of the street. This is just on the very east end where we can make the median work. As we get further west, we need to continue to use the center turn lane. And so there are still pockets of that center turn lane because you're right, to your point, that they still need to access both the south and the north sides of the street. And right in front of the Synergy building, right in front of Swedish, would be one of those areas where we would maintain that dual left turn lane.
Right, and even, you know, Swedish, all of the buildings to 499, 799, all the way up to Clarkson, and then also the Craig parking lot, you need to access that from Old Hampton also.
Yes, and part of this is also good signage. So wayfinding of how do you get to those particular lots so people aren't meandering through the neighborhoods, being 2 blocks off of Hampton. So how people get in and out of the medical district in general, how they find the right parking lot is going to be very important and will be a part of this project as well.
And I think it should. I mean, one night I was over there, some guy was looking for the emergency room. He was on the south side of the hospital and he couldn't get there and he was panicking.
Yeah.
And I gave him directions, but you know, because of all the construction over there even now, they need directions too.
Yeah, so, which is on the north side now off of, what is it?
Gerard,
Yeah. So, yeah, I think as we work closely on this project with Swedish and Craig, it's really getting their input of how that wayfinding works for them as well and all their plans for the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Noonenkamp.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple questions. Can you help me understand where are we in this design process? Are these still concepts? Will these come to council still? Are these set? Where are we at?
They're not set at all.
Okay.
So again, we've started the process with a community advisory group with the Old Hampton Avenue that was convened by through the DDA. So that's been very valuable to get that input of, you know, what do we want this street to look like? We have not done that process for South Broadway. So Old Hampton, I would say, is a little bit further ahead in that regard, but none of this has been set in stone yet. We are still waiting to see if we're gonna move forward with the project in terms of do we get the financing? And if so, then we would begin more of a robust design process that would involve other stakeholders before we make that final design, which would include City Council in that final decision.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I actually had the opportunity to sit on one of those meetings, and I do remember that the majority of those present were concerned about the multi-use path, given the fact that it's in the medical district, and for folks maybe on wheelchairs or different things trying to cross a 10-foot path where there's two-way bike traffic, two-way pedestrian traffic, wheelchairs, like it's a lot happening. And I think, you know, in line with some of Member Anderson's comments, I'm curious, I love the Complete Streets project, but how do we think about this in a way that's consistent and holistic in the city and not just a bunch of piecemeal projects that then don't talk to each other very well. So this right here looks really beautiful, but if you're a cyclist, how does this connect with the other very different kinds of bike lanes that we have in our walk and wheel plan? And then how do we ensure that this street has some sort of not only functional consistency, but also some visual and kind of wayfinding consistency with other streets in the city so that we don't just have a bunch of one-offs? That's my only
Sure.
concern here.
Absolutely.
How do you think about that?
Yeah, and I think, so the blue, as I mentioned here, the blue hashed areas show those connections on either end. So I would say, though, certainly like the sidewalk that's on the east that travels into Cherry Hills Village, and I believe part of that is Denver on the north side there, is really not at the scale of what we're talking about along Old Hampton. So there is a connection there, but not necessarily all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm on this wide 10-foot path and now I'm on a 4-foot sidewalk, you know. So definitely I think but we think this is a value in this location because of the number of pedestrians, because of that kind of intent of that wellness district, and that it makes sense to do this in this location because of that, because of the regional draw and the opportunity for people to travel along this in that regard. But with that, I think it is important then, how do we make those connections back? We haven't really talked about that, I guess, internally, of how do we give other streets the same consideration. We've more identified this as a high priority for the district as well as the DDA and for the city as a whole, given that regional context. But I think it's worth talking about is how do we, to a lesser degree in terms of cost, start to look at these initiatives in other areas as well. So
No,
point well taken.
I appreciate that. And I think that's my main point of feedback. I've actually spoken with some cyclists who have seen some of these ideas and said, hey, FYI, this can be really confusing when we've experienced this in other places. And I would hate for us to do all of this work and then find out that maybe it's not the most functional approach.
Yes.
So I have a little flag there. But I think that as we continue to discuss the project, it being discussed holistically within our full walk and wheel plan is really important to me. So that's my feedback.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to talk to that point. So I think before we would move forward with this, I think there's an educational component of that, probably signage as well. So we don't want to build something that people don't feel comfortable on. So if you are in a wheelchair and you feel like bikes are whizzing past you or scooters or whatever, we don't want that either. So looking at, I think, other examples around the country, is that a signage thing? Is that an education thing? Or does this make sense in this location? I think we're still at the point where we can revisit that. Make sure it's the right approach.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
What caught my attention is the Broadway plan. If you advance 3 or 4 slides, I think it is. This plan appears to show, I think it might be the next slide.
Okay.
The detail, or the previous one, sorry. The detail roadway typology regional connector street.
Oh, okay.
When we look at this plan, we see no parking parallel. Instead, we have bike lanes. And we see 1 traffic lane along Broadway and a reserved bus lane for a bus that, in my observation, not too many people actually ride. You know, I used to commute downtown on a daily basis for my job, and RTD was running the Zero Limited, which was a very convenient route for me. Could get it just a couple blocks away from my house. It doesn't run on this part of town anymore. So your option is basically to take the train in or to stop at every block along Broadway as you travel. The bottom line is eliminating a traffic lane on Broadway is not something I think ever support under any circumstances. When I get in my car, my concern is being able to get from place to place in a timely manner. And when a city removes traffic lanes for travel on a major commuter street, my blood pressure goes up every time. So I do have some concern about this concept. I understand the overarching desire to make the city multimodal. I think there are some things we could do without removing a traffic lane. I'm curious as to why this plan shows the removal of a traffic lane.
Sure, and thank you for that clarification. So these are taken straight out of what Dr. Cog would recommend for this type of roadway. Really, though, our effort would be is how do we make this specific to Broadway? We are not proposing to put dedicated bike lanes on Broadway, nor to remove one lane of travel in each direction. But this is what came from Dr. Cog for this type of roadway in the entire regional metro area as a consideration that you might want to consider this. We would not consider that for Broadway. But some of these other elements may be very applicable, or they may be applicable for a roadway, let's say out in Lakewood or something like that. So that's very generic. Really, the intent is that there is no singular design prescription for complete streets. We've got to look at the context of the roadway, what is happening in and around that area, and what makes sense for our community.
That's helpful, thank you.
Member Anderson?
I appreciate that clarification as well, and I'm not sure I would be supportive of removing a lane in both directions, but I might, you know, it's not too. But the point, and like one thing I would like to be on the radar, considering all these other streets, instead of, you know, complete streets is one approach to solving our transportation, some of those transportation challenges, but that the slide where you talked about 97% of that traffic accidents happen on these commercial streets. This is what I believe his name was Mike Shoup, who came in and spoke at council about these stroads that are both that have the function of connecting two different places, but also attempt to be like a local commercial street. And that's where you get really dangerous roads, where you have a lot of commercial activity as well as high speeds. And there are other ways other than complete streets of dealing with that. One I would want to keep on our radar is the idea of doing a road diet, where you do actually reduce lanes. And often road diets, there's evidence that some types of road diets don't reduce the ability to carry traffic volume, but they do make the streets safer, and they've done studies on this. So I'd like to see that be up kind of an equal consideration on a lot of different streets as moving forward. I think this makes quite a bit of sense on Old Hampton, since it is in our complete streets, or sorry, our walk and wheel plan. Old Hampton there, that stretch is, so it kind of fits and it ties in nicely. But for some of the other streets where we want to see more pedestrian traffic, adding a protected bike lane and then restriping it to reduce the number of lanes, I think could make sense on some streets. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. And Director DeAndrew, we're already about 15 minutes behind schedule here, but just a quick question on Old Hampton. Are we considering roundabouts since there is going to be left-hand turns? Has that been considered?
There's not enough room at the intersections to allow for that without land acquisition.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can we move on to the next item, the 285 Congestion Study?
Yes. All right, I'll try and catch up here. I do want to introduce, he's online, our project manager for Felsberg, Holt, and Ulevig is online with us, Gaurav Basich.
Evening.
Have him come on. Here he is. Hello, Gaurav. He's feeling a little under the weather, so he's going to join us in person, but he's via Zoom tonight. So Gaurav works for Felsberg, Holt, and Ulevig, who's our design consultant on this, our engineering consultant, and has a strong background in traffic engineering and is leading the effort as our project manager on behalf of FHU. Thank you for being here. So I'll buzz through this quickly. I think this was good timing to talk about this. Hampton Avenue really is a corridor, a critical roadway. It extends all the way from the west. The segment that we're actually looking at is about 6.2 miles. This was a project that was led and initiated by the City of Englewood. So Lowell Boulevard, Knox Court on the west end, which is the last signal before you go west and becomes basically a freeway, all the way to I-25 on the east. So again, just about 6.5 miles. So you can see there, it really is a critical roadway within the Denver metro area and serves as not only a gateway, but also a major thoroughfare to access jobs, neighborhoods, and other regional destinations. So really, we initiated this effort because there have been 23 previous studies done on this segment of the roadway. That might be chunks of it, you know, pieces done by Englewood, pieces done by Cherry Hills Village, things done by CDOT against the larger effort, but really bringing together all of the communities in that area. So Sheridan, Arapahoe County, Englewood, Cherry Hills Village, Denver, as well as CDOT to say, what do we want this to look like? how do we want this roadway to operate, and how can we share and look at some of those, come up with a shared vision of what we want the corridor to operate as. Won't go into a lot of detail, but if you look on the top there, you can see that the speed limit changes from west to east pretty significantly, and even varies from eastbound and westbound. So as you get closer to Happy Canyon Road, you can see that westbound is 40 miles per hour and 45 eastbound. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. The green shows 2 lanes of travel, while the orange portions show 3 lanes of travel. So it is very not consistent along the corridor. You can also see how the volumes drop actually from the west, about 61,000 vehicles per day, all the way as you approach I-25 to about 42,000 vehicles per day. So kind of opposite of what you might expect is that it's people not traveling necessarily into town, but out of town, or more travel out on the west end of town. So you can see here too, we need to plan for the future. So in 2050, based on the travel projections, we're anticipating that those volumes of traffic will increase significantly. And really within, again, that regional area, you can see that the volumes are areas kind of outlined in green there. Our project scope area is that it will increase significantly in that next 30-year time frame. These are the entities that are involved in the project. Again, it's being led by Englewood with coordination with CDOT, as well as those other partners there. Both Cherry Hills Village and Sheridan, as well as CDOT, contributed also to the funding of this project. So the majority comes from federal funding, and then Cherry Hills, Sheridan, and Englewood are each sharing in the cost at $40,000 apiece. Some of our goals is, again, kind of looking at safety for all road users, as we just talked about, including accommodation for other types of travel. And really we want to look at a long-term vision for the corridor that everybody can get behind. So not just, oh, I want to move bikes, I want to do this, but really how can we look at that collectively and then set that as a goal for all of us as individual agencies to work on. Developing early action items, so similar to the Santa Fe PEL, where we're starting to take off some of the projects by using some of the money that was available. We're looking at, are there early action things, little things that we can do, not necessarily, again, widening the roadway, but little things where we can make improvements within that corridor. And again, developing solutions that are in harmony with the community and the environment. So a process, we've been working through that. We're about a third of the way, I would say, through the project right now. We did divide the project, or that entire 4-length or 6-mile segment up into 4 distinct segments. And really that was based on the type of roadway. So Lowell Boulevard and Knox Court to Santa Fe is really more of that freeway or expressway segment. And it feels much differently when you drive that versus that Santa Fe to Gilpin. So that's more of our area where it's there's a lot more traffic signals, a lot more opportunities to slow down, a lot more businesses, and just buildings much closer up to the side of the street. So you get different feels. Again, we've started to get into a lot of the detail already of what those specifics are in terms of traffic. So you can see here we've looked at the crashes already. Also the intersections with where those crashes are occurring to start to get to some patterns. And while crashes are expected at a certain level, there's also, based on data within the state of Colorado, there's expected crashes and observed crashes. So we can start to evaluate that to say, so you can see there, the areas in red have a significantly higher than expected rate of crashes compared to other similar types of intersections within the state of Colorado. Similarly, then it goes down to 3, 2, and 1. So you can see there's opportunities there to really improve safety if we make improvements to those intersections. We've also looked at cut-through traffic. So the thick line in red, orange, and yellow is Hampton Avenue. The green line to the surface is over in Sheridan and Denver, where it connects with Federal Boulevard. So you can see that in the PM peak, there's people getting off. Again, majority of travel is in the westbound direction in the PM peak, and they're getting off on Old Hampton Avenue or Hampton Avenue and trying to bypass that interchange to get on further west and bypass all of the traffic. So they're actually using local roads to bypass the freeway. Similarly, on the east end in the morning, people are traveling down Happy Canyon to get to Quincy, I'm assuming, as opposed to getting on I-25 to take that short route. An interesting kind of fact that we've already found too is that 80% of the trips along the entire corridor are trips of 5 miles or less. So they're short trips. They're people not necessarily traveling all the way from the west to the east or vice versa, but they're making very small trips. Similarly, 76% of those trips take 10 minutes or less. So again, it's all of us are in our nature, we're gonna jump out, I wanna go to, you know, Dunkin' Donuts, I'm gonna get on 285 instead of maybe taking a back road some way to get there. We've also looked at not only where the bike and trail facilities are, for example, but also where the usage is, and we can find different data sources to start to get to this. We did establish a community advisory committee. This is made up, you'll see a lot of familiar names on that list, but also that, again, encompasses a wide range of stakeholders. So not only within the City of Englewood, but also Cherry Hills Village, Denver, as well as some of our other partners and private entities as well. For example, the Thomas Jefferson High School, the principal from there has been very active in those meetings. We have established a project website, which is on our Englewood Engaged page. So we've been pointing everybody there, including folks from other communities are pointing them to our webpage. And on there you'll find a project fact sheet. We have participated at a number of community events, so we're starting to get the word out. I know that they were just at the Silent Disco event last week, as well as several of the neighborhood nights and movies in the park events. But they're also doing not just Englewood events, again, other agencies as well that we know of, where they can come and be at those events to spread the message to the public. We also undertook a map-based survey on the Englewood Engage page. So we had over, I think, 200 responses there where we asked people to actually put a map or a pin on a map in the corridor and talk about what are their issues that they're seeing in terms of safety, congestion, or areas that need improvement for one reason or another. So you can see there the green is actually safety. That's got the largest chunk of them. But there's also quite a bit of others. So bike ped is that darker blue color, and then a fair amount for transit and congestion as well. So it really spans the gamut there of comments that we heard back from the public. Now what our next task is to take all of that feedback. We are gonna have an open house as well. I'll go to that in a minute here. On Tuesday, August 30th, so 2 weeks from tomorrow, at Englewood High School. And again, we're reaching out to the public to get their feedback. So we've already gotten information back through that survey. Now we want to reach out to the broader public, again, along the entire corridor, to invite people to come to that and talk a little bit more about what they see as a vision for 285 and opportunities that we can make along that corridor. So our project schedule, we are probably about, as I mentioned, about a third of the way through. Our intent would be is that this would wrap up with recommendations in the early part of 2023. And with that, I'll pause for any questions, and any technical questions, I'll defer to Gaurav.
Perfect. Mayor Pro Tem, start us off.
I just have to ask, the intersection on the crash data that shows the absolute worst performance is the intersection where Sheridan has the red light cameras.
Yep.
Do you think that's a coincidence?
Gaurav, do you want to weigh in on that? I would say that's not a coincidence. You know, I think given the high speeds of the traffic along 285 versus the slow speeds or that very limited traffic, I know the green amount of green given to the side street is very limited there. And so I think that helps to contribute just to the overall inefficiency of the intersection. As I know, as I come out, if I go to store over there like Costco and I'm coming home and wanting to go west on 285, that light is very limited, and so I see people taking chances. So you would think that the red light would caution people to not do that, and yet you see that still happening, is people still taking those chances to get moving with their day.
Those tactical.
I'd probably just add to it that red light cameras are kind of controversial because there have been studies that have shown that you have an increase in rear end crashes when you add a red light camera, mostly because of sort of like an unpredictable response to the red light. Some people will slam on their brakes, some will try to get through it. So it is certainly known to create some issues. So that is a fair point. I think one of the other issues with those high crash locations, which start in the West End, is because you have a transition from a really high speed 65 mile an hour freeway to essentially a 45 mile an hour principal arterial or expressway. So you have a lot of turbulence in traffic, a lot of lane changes, a lot of speed differentials. So that really contributes to the high number of crashes you see there. And then there's also certain other aspects of it because there's a lot of pedestrian calls at these intersections. So you have constantly traffic being stopped at these intersections. So you have that added complication as well. So it creates a lot of turbulence is probably a right word to use there, which creates opportunities for crashes. So that's sort of what we're seeing.
That's helpful, thank you. I hadn't thought of the timing of the light as a factor. I wanted to blame the red light camera alone because I'm not a fan of those, but thank you.
Member Anderson and then Member Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director DeAndre. One thing that I kind of have a question about here, or a slight concern about, is the graph where you or the chart where you showed the increasing demand up to 2050. One of the things you see with these kind of projects where you're adding lanes, potentially adding lanes to a road, is it actually induces increased demand or increases traffic as well. I remember when they redid the intersection where you get on from Santa Fe onto I-25 northbound, they added lanes to that on-ramp, and immediately traffic was every bit as bad as it was before. What I see a potential here is that there's a massive investment, and we add lanes all along and turn Hampton into a highway, and the outcome of that is a whole bunch more traffic because now people see a new way to get to a place, and then traffic comes to a standstill once again, and it encourages people to live further away from from where their job is, and all of those kind of things. It just ultimately increases car traffic. Is that potential problem going to be analyzed in this study?
Yes, and let me again clarify if I didn't make this clear. The intent is not to add lanes. Okay. The congestion and mitigation study is really looking at, are there opportunities to do small improvements without the need to widen lanes? So as you know, many of the areas along the corridor, we could probably barely fit in a sidewalk where there isn't one right now. Right. So the intent is not to just wholesale go in. Now that doesn't mean that, like within this graphic, there might be a small area that would make sense to add that third lane where it might be missing, a very small gap. But wholesale adding lanes is not on the table. Okay. Really the intent is, could we add a right turn lane that might make traffic flow a whole lot better? Could we do things like adaptive traffic signals that make the signals progress in a more reasonable fashion to move traffic through while still giving good cross traffic or access to cross traffic, things like that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Just going back to the 20 intersections with highest number of crashes, I was looking at the fatalities. 7 out of the 10 fatalities there are in Englewood.
Yes.
And considering that stretch, I mean, how long this stretch of road is, 7 out of 10 is quite a few, in my opinion. Also, I just want to make a note or make a comment. Pearl Street on 285, you have a left-hand turn, left hand and right. I believe it may be a right also, yeah. And I noticed mainly what that's being used for are U-turns. Coming from the east, making a U-turn. So if you're coming off Pearl Street, which is only a block long at that point, because then it goes to Hosanna, and it's all medical related. You come out of there, you're gonna make your right turn to go probably down to Clarkson. What I do is to go the other way. I'm not gonna take a left turn on there. But anyway, I think we ought to have a sign, and I assume this is CDOT, that no no U-turns in that little gap there. I mean, it's very, very small, and
Sure.
it's just dangerous.
That's great, and those are exactly the kinds of things that we want to evaluate, is things that can make a big impact for relatively small, investment. Is things like that where do we have a pattern of crashes there or a pattern of U-turns that is, again, to using Gaurav's term, cause or add turbulence to the system.
Yep. And Logan, I mean, it's been a problem for a long time, but I'm just wondering if that yellow light, when it turns yellow, if that can stay on, well, after it goes off, if the green light can be delayed another second or two, because once that green light goes, you start going and there's somebody still coming through there.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
40 miles an hour.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're talking about. So, making those small adjustments to give more, all red time to allow the traffic to clear from the entire intersection is another great, easy safety measure.
Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. Are we considering, I'm assuming we're considering closing off some of the roads. I mean, Sherman is one of them that's gonna be closed off, correct?
Correct, with the interchange project, yes.
Right. So, are we considering doing that on some of the smaller, streets? And what about overpasses or underpasses? Are we thinking about that on any of the main streets?
Potentially, yes. So the first question about modifying access, I think we would look at that. Again, to eliminate some of those left-hand turns, one way or the other, for example, in that stretch between Clarkson and Logan. So we've got a lot of those what we call three-quarter movements, so you can turn up towards the hospital area. And it might be better to consider closing some of those. Right now, they're restricted in the PM 3 to 6 p.m. I think you can't even make that turn per the sign. So maybe concentrating people at like the intersection of Clarkson to get up to the hospitals, which feeds into our old Hampton project of just focusing them there instead of giving them like 6 opportunities to turn to get to the hospital. So that's definitely on the table. As is, I think, out in on the western portion of town is, for example, at the intersection of River Point Parkway, would that make more sense to have that as a grade separated interchange versus the at grade as it is right now from a safety perspective?
And I think on some of the smaller streets, how they took care of it on west of Broadway on Hampton is they make the island go through some of those intersections,
Yes.
so you can only turn right.
Yeah.
Instead of turn left. And,
Exactly.
but I think we also need to be careful because like on Pearl, it's only a block long when you turn to the south. So they need access into and out of their street too.
Yep, still.
Right. And then I guess you also have to think about the block on the north side of Hampton, on those apartment houses before it gets to Swedish Hospital too, so.
Yeah, and so that might mean, some people are inconvenienced from the way that they get there now to their property. But again, for the greater good, it might mean, going around the block, but it would improve overall travel and safety within the corridor. But there may be some of those trade-offs.
Right, okay, thank you. And then I just have one other thing, and it's more really of a concern, and that is looking at the stakeholders in here and really in looking at this, and the only reason I think about this, because a lot of people have asked me, how many people live in the city of Englewood? And really, probably the CEO of the chamber and Greg Nattison are the only two people. I think it would be wise on projects of this size to include perhaps at least a council member, because council members represent the public. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any other comments from council? I don't see any further. Director DeAndre, thank you very much for the overview of the previous two study sessions. And just a final word, I know you're in our final days here with the City of Englewood. We're gonna miss you tremendously. What you brought to the city over these last few years, we started on the same day. So, you know, obviously you didn't have much of a honeymoon because about 6 weeks in, you know, it was the flood of July 2018. And so you've been nonstop since. You carried a lot on your shoulders during that time. And just the amount of grants and just improvements across the city that we've seen under your watch is really impressive. Not only just, you know, the two that we talked about earlier tonight, but the Oxford Bridge, 285, the Dartmouth Bridge, all the improvements we've seen with bike lanes across the city that has come under your watch. Also just putting a process in place for the alleys. We had that meeting soon thereafter after the July 2018 as well. We didn't have a plan in place. You put a process in place in terms of just grading the city, the alleys in the city. And so, and obviously the streets as well. So a lot has happened under your watch. I'm very thankful for what you've done for the city. We're gonna miss you. Hopefully we can see you next week. I don't see you on the agenda, so I wanted to say something tonight while we have you.
Somehow, so.
So, but Director
Thank
DeAndre, thank you very much for your time
Thank you.
tonight, and thank you for everything you've done. So council, I know we still have one agenda item. We're at 7 o'clock. I know we want to get to public comment, but Director Loh, do you happen to have anyone with you tonight to discuss the next item, or?
Yes, we do have a guest online.
Is it possible that we could get through this within 5 minutes? And I just don't want to keep our public comment waiting. Is that okay with council if we do that, since we have someone online? Director Loh, if you could just come and speak tonight about the 401 and 457 retirement plan.
I'll make this very short. We don't have a PowerPoint slide. Everything's in your packet. So basically, we want the council to consider to review and adopt the investment policy statement for the city's 401A and the 457 retirement plan. Tonight, the president and co-founder, Wendy Dominguez, is with us and is available to answer any council's questions. So I will not give you a definition of city's 401A and a 457 plan. Basically, the staff, the authority and the responsibility for investing and the retirement planning belong to the employees. But in 2019, the city contracted Innovest to serve as a co-fiduciary with the city and to provide some solution to our 401A and 457 plan. For example, are the current record-keeping fees reasonable for our participants, employees, and their beneficiaries? And also investment options, are they too many or too few for our staff to choose from? And also, how can we reduce investment fees? So Innovest accomplished what we asked them, and they also help us to create an informal advisory committee for the city to recommend help the city to select the investment product. This committee consists of the staff from Finance and Human Resources. Recently, the city manager's office also has a representative on the committee. So the purpose of the investment policy statement is to ensure a prudent process for investment selection for our staff, and also to control the cost administrative fees. And also we act solely based on the interests of the participants and the beneficiaries. Also want to make sure we provide investment education to the staff. So tonight, once the council adopts investment policy, the committee, informal advisory committee, will have authority to select and monitor investment options for the plans. So does council have any questions about this investment policy statement? We have an expert online, so I hope we can direct as many questions to the expert.
Any questions from council for Director Loh? or invest. Member Woodward.
I just have one comment, and that is regarding an Innovest, who I had the opportunity to work with as the chair of NERP, or the Non-Emergency Retirement Pension Board here, for I don't know how many years, a lot of years. And they are about as thorough as they come, and I learned so much on investing and stuff. I just couldn't recommend them high enough. So I'm really pleased with them as the advisor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback and comment.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you,
Woodward.
Councilmember Woodward. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I would concur with Councilmember Woodward. I've been on the NERP board also, and I don't believe you could have chosen anyone better to give the city direction. And I just thank Innovest for all the work they've done for the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Russell.
Any other comments from council? Member Woodward, Member Russell, thank you very much for the feedback on that. Director Loh, seeing no other further comment from council, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
And thank you, council, for allowing that aspect as well. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. City Clerk, can you take roll call?
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson,
Present.
Member Noonenkamp,
Present?
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Wink,
Present.
Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now, consideration of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the meeting on August 1st, 2022? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve the August 1st minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
There's no agenda item 6 for tonight. We're moving on to recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. Prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office, this is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation would be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Up first is Mr. Stephen Kelly, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Mr. Kelly. I see you got a dongle there, so. And Mr. Kelly, when it pops up, if you could just state your name and your address and your cross streets, and we'll start you off at that time.
Thanks.
We'll get there, Mr. Kelly.
don't see my stuff. I don't see it. Those are your two folders. There should be 3 items below that. That's not it. Well, okay.
Mr. Kelly, do you not see the files or?
No, the 3 pictures I wanted to show you are not on the screen.
Okay.
Click on the folder.
Oh,
Yeah, I would just double click in there and just see if there's anything there.
yeah, these are previous stuff. I don't
No,
know.
it doesn't look like they were loaded.
Well,
Well, Mr. Kelly, if you want to state your name and your address or cross streets.
yeah, Steve Kelly, Radcliffe and Delaware. This is concerning the proposed Jason Park lightning fast ordinance change. The city needs to put more thought into this fence issue. The fence is a temporary fence, the type used by school districts around here for high school girls softball. It is designed to give if it's pushed on. It's not supposed to win a battle against an athlete or a person. Perhaps some type of signage, such as what would be there, would help inform the public to stay off this somewhat fragile fence. So signs saying, this is a fragile fence, please stay off, take care, something like that. Or another sign that says, gate 200 feet this way. That might inform the public to know that actually there's a gate at the end of the 300-foot fence. There are a lot of maybes with the broken plastic poles. Maybe kids, maybe ignorance of the fragile nature of the fence, maybe the novelty of the fence, maybe vandals, but don't immediately blame dog owners. And poor design may have contributed too. This fence went up for 12 days over the course of 3 weeks. Now this ordinance with the whereases, since vandals, ... we need to put up a permanent fence. No, instead, more thinking needs to be put into this. Create signs to educate the public. Let the newness, novelty of the fence wear off for kids and adults alike. Give it a chance. Maybe those plastic poles can be repaired. How many extra poles came with the fence purchase? There are definitely extra poles. Ask me how I know. How much does it cost to replace a pole? Do you know? Was this option presented to you? Put some time, effort, signage, and money to replace a few poles into this and see if it works. See what happens in the fall before you spend $10,000 on a permanent fence. This is a knee-jerk response. The city should not be altering ordinances in this manner. By the way, that $10,000 is more than double the price tag that you were told at the presentation. I think they said $4,700. No, stay the course, do the right thing. This would be consistent with your actions from the last meeting when you decided that no, City Council would not honor the 103 signatures given to you by Citizen Bonnie from Centennial Park to let that group of seniors have time in the morning, which they've been doing for years and years. City Council, be consistent. If you're gonna stay the course and not discuss any changes for Centennial Park, stay the course at Jason Park right now. Stick with the temporary fence, invest in some replacement poles if necessary, and create some signage that could inform the public about the nature of the fence, and more importantly, let the newness of the fence wear off. About these 2 petitions you were given by citizens, 271 signatures from tax-paying citizens that want you to not make any changes at these 2 parks. These are citizens that use the park every day. And if you're gonna go ahead and make a change to the ordinance and vote on it, you need to make sure that the words in this legal document match what the Parks Director said in her recommendation to you. Recall, she said that the only change will be to have a permanent fence. Well, the wording in the ordinance needs to reflect that idea. It is not as simple as striking out or changing one word in a legal document. The words in the ordinance need to reflect what the park director said. It needs to reflect what the picture in her documentation, 11A1, shows. Wish it was there. If you'll recall, if you read it, and I'm sure you did, it says clearly that the northwest side is a sports and or off-leash area. The words in the proposed ordinance do not reflect this. Representative Woodward, you said the other day that the parks needs to be a people's park. Well, it is. Every dog at that park and those parks has a person with them, a citizen. It's incorrect to imply that this is not a people's park. You disregard a large community of citizens when you make a statement like this. And when you said there could be pickup games, well, there could. Today, there could be pickup games. There's nothing preventing people from getting a pickup game going. It seems here that the city entities have a mutually exclusive idea. Either dogs or people, but they both can't coexist. That's not correct. It has been coexisting for 20 years. Thanks.
Mr. Kelly, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from council? Member Russell.
So I know that you just said that the sign that Director Underhill put up was different, but did you notice wording changes in the ordinance, or are they the same words that were there before?
As of like noon today, when I checked and hit the hot link for 11A, it was the same words that were in the notes from the last meeting.
Okay, but are they the same words that were in the ordinance a few months ago when we passed the ordinance originally?
It had the strikeouts where they changed the east to west and they changed temporary to permanent.
Okay, there are some strikeouts for east to west, because I was looking for strikeouts. I only saw fence.
Yeah, northeast became northwest and.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Northwest
do remember
became-
seeing that. Okay, thank you.
But I didn't, as of today, I didn't see any change, so I can only assume that,
Right, it didn't change,
okay.
so, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Mr. Kelly, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thanks.
Up next is Mr. Jacob Gilbert, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Mr. Gilbert. Gilbert, if you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
So Jake Gilbert, and I'm at Shenango in Delaware. I'll see if I can figure this out. Hopeful. I've done this before. Okay. Cool. So, thanks for having me. I'm here to talk about the fenced off-leash area at Jason Park. I was on the off-leash task force that discussed updates to the city's off-leash program in 2020 and 2021. My position has always been that Englewood ought to have conventional off-leash areas that are fully fenced. This is based on my personal experiences as a parent, having had unnerving encounters with off-leash dogs while taking my young kids to Englewood parks. During my time on the task force, I tracked down numerous code enforcement citations at off-leash parks that involved dog-related injuries to children, park patrons, leashed dogs, and neighbors of the parks, including Jason Park. So in late 2020, the city commissioned a survey of Englewood residents regarding their opinions on the future of the off-leash program. This was a statistically valid survey administered by a firm that conducts scientifically sound surveys. Survey invitations were sent to 5,000 random Englewood households, and 520 responses were received, which exceeded the target number of responses. This is the most democratic input the city has ever received on off-leash parks. Most of the input the city receives about the off-leash program comes from a handful of the most passionate individuals. So the survey data is invaluable in getting an accurate read on how Englewood residents feel at large. So this image is taken straight from the survey, and it shows the fencing proposal for Jason Park that was presented to survey takers. It reads, the future proposal would be to allow off-leash dogs in a 3-sided fenced-in dog park open to the parking lot side, yellow dotted lines in the image below. The remaining areas of the park would require a dog to be on leash. Note that the image does not show any openings or gates of any kind in the fence bordering the northwest portion of the park. The question makes no mention of gates or openings. There also isn't any implication that this fence would be temporary. The northwest portion of the park is simply labeled sport field only, no off-leash. And then this image is taken from the survey results packet with some crude illustrations on my part. It shows a breakdown of responses to the Jason Park fencing proposal I showed you in the last slide. The question is, how much would you support or oppose a fenced off-leash dog area or park at each of the following parks? The bar chart for Jason Park shows that 65% of residents either strongly support or somewhat support the fenced area, while only 15% strongly oppose or somewhat oppose it. This means that for every person who opposed the fenced area, more than 4 people supported it. So in spite of the grievances you'll hear from passionate off-leash supporters, a permanent fence with gates and allowing any off-leash activity in the northwest sports field are major concessions to off-leash supporters that go against the wishes of Englewood residents at large and that don't address the problems Pirate Youth Sports has had with young children stepping in dog feces. Making this fence temporary or having no fence whatsoever would go even further against the wishes of Englewood residents and the youth sports league that does so much good for Englewood kids. So please pass the ordinance tonight. While it falls short of what Englewood residents want for Jason Park, as demonstrated by the survey's landslide results, it's a step in the right direction. Please don't give in to the will of vandals who destroy city property, and please don't bypass the will of Englewood residents in favor of a small but very loud minority.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for your time tonight. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Gilbert, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Up next is Mr. Doug Cohn, Englewood resident, to address council. Welcome back, Mr. Cohn. If you could just state your name and your address for Cross Street.
Yeah, Doug Cohn, cross streets are Dartmouth and Marion. I want to talk about National Night Out. And I want to express my gratitude to you all for continuing the National Night Out program. And I have a suggestion for the future. We've been doing a National Night Out party at my house since 2006. So it was a fun, it's been fun every time we've done it. And I wanted to say thank you to Madeline Hinkfuss for coordinating the event, and the city council, y'all, for authorizing, because you have to put some money into the deal. And City Manager Lewis and Ms. Nunnekamp and Ms. Russell for visiting at my little party, and also Police Chief Watson. And when the fire truck came, all the little kids were just very impressed. So that was awesome. And then a special thanks to a person, I don't know if you have met her yet, Audrey Arizola, who works in Public Works. She and Michael, who also works in the department, helped me get the thing put together. The National Night Out application had to be submitted through the IMS portal in the city computer system. I tried to submit it and the portal didn't like it. I tried again and it didn't like it. I was encouraged to take some time and study the instructions. I spent a couple of hours trying. I could not make it work. So I printed out a copy of the application and brought it down here and hand delivered it. And the folks said, well, we'll accept it, but you have to pay a $25 fee for a paper application. I paid the $25 and thought we were good. Then the day before the National Night Out party, I got an email from Audrey. It needed to be put through the portal. Come on down and we'll see if we can get it put in the portal. Audrey and I think the other fellow's name was Michael. We started working on it. It took the three of us only 40 minutes to get the application approved. I think old guys like me need an easier approach. We need more clear directions. I had the same problem with another portal with the city, the Muni Revs. I've needed to pay some sales tax for my book and for two special events, that one in April out at Bellevue Park and then the one by the fire department in May, and I owed the city $9 in sales tax. But the portal didn't work. So I brought the paper copy down. Well, you have to pay $25 to pay the $9 tax. So I paid $34 on the $9 I owed on the tax. I guess my point here tonight is somehow we need to make the portals more friendly for us old guys. Maybe there could be a class on how to use the portals. Maybe you could hire me to write down like 3 pages of instructions. Click here, click here, click here. If you get this answer, whatever. Anyway, that's all I've got tonight. But I would really like to see if there's some easier way for us regular folk to use the portal. Thank you.
Mr. Cohn, thank you very much for your time tonight. Mr. Woodward.
Yeah, I'm curious again, what was the $25 fees?
Oh, well, I didn't know anything about it. In the finance department, there's a statement on the opening paragraph. If you don't submit your documents online, there's a $25 handling fee to convert your paper documents to digital documents. And this applies to everything that comes into the city.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Member Noonkemp.
Mr. Cohn, thank you for being here and thank you for hosting your block party. I enjoyed being there. I'm curious, in years past, you said you've hosted since 2006. How have you submitted your application in the past? Have you submitted it in person or online previous to this year?
Well, this was the first time I ever tried to do it online. I mean, for 15 years, starting in 2006, I had a paper document with a map sketched out, and yes, I would like to have barricades, and if the firemen can come, that would be good, and the policemen, and if any council members are driving through the neighborhood, they can stop too, and oh, if you're gonna come to my party, bring a snack or a drink. But that was all on like one sheet of paper. And I just handed it to, Tony Arnaldi back in the olden days, but then Madeline now. And that was all that was necessary.
And did you pay a $25 fee previously?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Cohn, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Well, thank you for listening to me.
That now concludes scheduled public comment. We're moving on to unscheduled public comment. Same rules apply. You just limit it to 3 minutes. And actually, I forgot to state, it's my turn tonight to respond to public comment. So I think we only have one person up tonight, Mr. Jeremiah Kell Clark, here to speak on the 5G tower. Good evening, Mr. Kell Clark. If you could just state your name, address, cross street.
Jeremiah Kell Clark at Union and Galapagos. So, hello again. I'm here once again to ask that you please help us remove the 5G cell tower that's slated to be installed at 4709 South Galapagos Street. We want to thank you for your help setting up a neighborhood meeting about this with Public Works on Wednesday. We'd like you to take a minute and imagine if you were in our shoes. Imagine that this tower was slated to go in your yard or nearby. Imagine that the company installing this tower lied to you about what they were installing and didn't even have the respect to get proper locates before they inadvertently installed some of their equipment on your private property. Property that, as you know, with the recent housing market, you've had to struggle mightily and pay more than a small fortune to obtain. Then imagine that you went to your local representation, and while understanding that their power is limited, they refused to even have a conversation with AT&T about moving this tower. After last week's study session, it was reiterated that legally speaking, options are limited. However, they also made it clear that if it was important enough to the city, there is room for conversation and that no one wants to take legal action. For the residents in this area, it is certainly important enough. We also know that the city was instrumental in getting the original pole moved that was supposed to go in 1 block south. We have tried to get an AT&T contract through the city so we could speak directly with them and try and advocate for ourselves. Unfortunately, all they would offer is a generic link for us to submit inquiries that they don't respond to. Meg Froelich at the state level put us in contact with an AT&T representative through email. Unfortunately, this representative has not been helpful in answering most of our questions and refuses to acknowledge our pleas to help set up a meeting with them. So I'm here once again, asking that you, as our elected representatives, please be our voice and ask AT&T to move this tower. There's a lot of room between doing nothing and subjecting the city to legal consequences. AT&T has already botched their initial installation attempt, and they did it once again this time by installing equipment on private property and lying to the residents about what they were even installing. Mayor Pro Tem Ward, in last week's study session, you indicated that you'd like to punish them for their actions. While, as we know, unfortunately the city is quite limited in its power to do so, this could be an opportunity to at least hold them accountable and not reward bad behavior. Allowing them to put this tower in this location sends AT&T the message that they can do whatever they want with little to no consequence from Englewood. Additionally, if you, as our elected city council, remain silent and refuse to ask AT&T to move this tower, it sends a strong message to your constituents that telecom corporate interests are more important to you than the residents you serve. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kel Clark. If you could just hold your applause tonight, there may be others that are speaking on the same issue, but any comments tonight from council or any questions? Member Woodward.
I have a question. Do you have a thought for an alternative location for it?
Yeah, the initial suggestion was down at the Greenbelt. There's a couple blocks down. It's just an open greenbelt that is not on anybody's property or not in the right of way right next to somebody's house. So that was the initial suggestion.
So maybe up on the sides of it or something,
Right,
so
yeah.
you get the height.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Seeing none, Mr. Kel Clark, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
We have a couple other speakers. Ms. Jessica LeClaire here to speak on Jason Park Dog Park.
Hi,
Good evening, Ms. LeClaire. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
my name is Jessica LeClaire, and I live at 4140 South Jason Street. And I'm here to oppose continued restrictions on the off-leash at Jason Park. I do support the park being used by athletics and non-dog owners. I actually myself participate in Englewood athletics. However, allowing parts of the park to be reserved or closed off and then unused and still unavailable to dog owners and the public is a waste of outdoor space and money paid by taxpayers towards Englewood's Park and Rec. Fences also are separators, and I don't think we need to add more separation. We need communities to come together and work together to find better solutions that accommodate everyone, dog owners included.
Anything else, Ms. LeClaire?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. LeClaire. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. LeClaire, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We also have Mr. John, and I'm sure I'm going to pronounce the last name incorrectly. Is it Mr. Weishaupt?
Yeah, Whiteside.
Whiteside.
John Whiteside, 4140 South Jason Street as
Thank you.
well. Yeah, we've lived by the Jason Street Park for 9 or 10 years now, and pretty much right across the street. I'm there at least once a day with the dogs. And I just want to say that I think we get the most value out of community spaces when they're used to their maximum ability. And I've seen that park when it's off-leash hours and on-leash hours, and the major majority of users of that park are the dog owners. And on those leashed hours, those sections of the park are almost always empty. So I just want to make clear that there's a great community of dog owners that use that park, and it has that whole fenced area for families and stuff. And even still, the dog side gets a lot more usage than the other side.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteside, for your comments tonight. Any questions from council? Member Russell, sorry.
Thank you. So I know you live right across the street from the park. Do you have dogs that you take to the park?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that does conclude unscheduled public comment. All right, perfect. So I'll go ahead and just respond now. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming tonight and speaking on the issues that are important to you. So to Mr. Kelly, Mr. Gilbert, Ms. Leclerc, and Mr. Whiteside, thank you very much for speaking on the off-leash dog parks. Obviously, we are going to be reading or voting on an ordinance tonight on the permanent fence for Jason Park. I completely understand the passionate pleas from both sides of the public on this. It's been something that we've been talking about for over 4 years now. It's not an easy conversation for council to have, or at least an easy decision for council to have. It is very difficult, but obviously there's been a lot of concerns that I've heard, not only through email, but also tonight about just some of the wording on the ordinance. I thought about a little bit of confusion over the weekend as well, so I may say something tonight in terms of what the wording states for tonight, but obviously this is something that we've been discussing for a long time, and we're not going to make everyone happy with any type of decision regardless of which way we go. So I just want everyone to know that this is something that is very difficult for council, but obviously we will be deciding something tonight. Mr. Cohn, thank you very much for your comments on National Night Out. I'm sorry that you're having issues with the portals, both the Muni Revs as well as the the IMS system. Maybe I can ask city manager if we happen to have any type of documentation to kind of help members of the public when they are filling those out. Not sure if there's something in place now, but with Muni Revs, I'm wondering if we could do something with the library in terms of a class or any type of documentation. I think that would be one ask, but I'm guessing, Mr. Cohn, that you're not the only one that's having issues with these. I know that we've heard about this in the past, especially since we went to the licensing issue. I think that there was some confusion there as well, but no, I appreciate that, Mr. Cohn. Sorry I wasn't able to make it to your house during National Night Out, but thank you very much for hosting for 15 years now, 16 years. So thank you. And then Mr. Kel Clark, thank you very much for speaking on the cell tower, and thank you for coming with a solution as well. Obviously, there will be a conversation with members of council here on Wednesday. There you are, Mr. Kel Clark. This is a difficult one. I do understand that you do want to move it from your block. I like the idea of moving it to city land as your alternative. So maybe that's something that we could discuss on Wednesday, but I know that there's just seems to be a lot of heartburn about just moving into another block that may have the same type of concerns. But at the very least, we can have that conversation on Wednesday and see what type of actions we could take in that case. So, Mr. Kel Clark, thank you for coming tonight. I think I captured everything. If there's anything that members of council, any council requests or anything else that they want to state, Member Russell?
Can I just ask a question about what is Wednesday?
So Wednesday, I believe, is the night that the members of the, I'm sorry, let me see here. I'm trying to think of where Mr. Kel Clark, the intersection is Galapago and?
Yeah, there's a meeting with Public Works and the residents in the area Wednesday.
Okay.
I requested a community meeting, and that will be taking place on Wednesday.
Okay, and what time is it?
4.
4 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, that would be the meeting on Wednesday, so maybe that, so maybe members of the council may have that information as well. Member Woodward?
Yeah, speaking of that meeting, could Public Works provide maybe a map of the greenway there and show it? I mean, if it sounds like a really good idea to me, but I don't know what AT&T would think of it, but it seems like it goes for a ways, so there's some places that we could certainly put it along and pick up what they need, I would think. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. See, Director DeAndre, you're not just done yet, so. Anyone else? Seeing none, that concludes unscheduled public comments. Before we move on to the regular agenda, if we want to take a 10-minute break, I show 7:40 on my computer, so we'll come back at 7:50. Thank you, everyone. All right, members of council, we are back. Moving on to agenda item 9, consent agenda items. I didn't see anything being pulled for tonight. And don't see anyone raising a light, but if we're able to get a motion to approve 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9B1 through 3, and 9C1.
Your Honor, I will approve or make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Member Woodward, could I get a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Member Wink. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nunnenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
No public hearing items tonight. We're moving on to 11A1. This is an update to the current off-leash ordinance. We have Director of Parks and Rec and Library and Golf, Christina Underhill. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we do have a proposed update to the ordinance, which removed the word temporary, as a temporary fence did not work at Jason Park. This is the new proposal for what the fence will look like. We have added additional 3 gates to the system, so a total of 5 gates running down the middle, 3 pedestrian gates that are 3 feet wide, and 2 10-foot wide gates towards the middle of the fields there. So the gates will be left open unless rented by a sports organization or an individual. It'll be up to the sports organization or individual to close those gates if they wish to keep off leash from entering those fields during the off leash times. And we do not propose putting locks on these gates. They'll have the latches that'll fall down. The only time we may lock these gates is for maintenance purposes, if we need to rest the field for turf growth or repair. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I have Code Enforcement Supervisor Lewis also here if there's any enforcement questions.
Thank you, Director. Member Russell.
Thank you, Director Underhill. And so my question is on the description of Jason Park, where it changed, took out the word west. But on the map, it shows that on the northwest side, it is sports use off-leash area. That off-leash will be allowed there when the sports teams aren't there.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
But by crossing out the word west in the ordinance, does that change the meaning of where the dogs will be able to be?
That's a good question. What we were trying to clarify, we actually had the wording incorrect originally on the ordinance because the east side is designated as the off-leash area, and so we put that the west side was designated that way. While it's still designated that way, it is also the mixed use of sports and off-leash. And so we hope to make some clarifications to that tonight.
Okay, as long as, I'm okay with that, as long as they can still use it when the sports teams are not there. Because
Correct.
my understanding was that the only thing that we wanted to change was from temporary fence to permanent fencing. And then the other question that came up in the public comment tonight about, is it $10,000 that it's gonna cost? Because we were told $4,700 that night, correct?
Correct, and it's just under 10, it's like $9,600 and some change, and that's for the additional fences.
Okay.
Sorry, gates, yes.
Oh, for the additional gates?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, and so fixing the temporary fence, did we consider that at the beginning?
We did. We actually purchased new posts to fix what we had, and those new posts were again broken. So it was $250 for 12 new posts. The initial cost for that temporary fence was $2,700. So it could last a long time if we were to redo the temporary fence, but we're hoping with more of a permanent fence, the money will go a lot longer.
Okay, thank you. And then this question is more for council. Were we going to reevaluate this at the end of a year also, if this is working? I mean, we talked about that with Centennial Park, that we decided to leave things that way, and then at the end of a year, and when is the end of a year?
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll provide my viewpoint here after members of council weigh in. Member Woodward.
Yes, you had just mentioned the word rental on that side. Parks Department uses that, correct, for programming? Or are you out of the programming completely now?
The majority of programming is outsourced to Pirate Youth Sports and other organizations.
So if they're programming T-ball or something like that, are they paying rental?
They are, yes.
Okay, so a pickup game, I don't know if any are going on anymore. They used to go on where in the afternoon, people used to come and play a game. And Saturdays or Sunday especially, you'd find groups out there, not organized groups, and those were encouraged prior to there being a leash law in Englewood. So hearing the word rental raises what little hair I have, in that it takes away a certain amount of what citizens can do out there. And personally, that wasn't my understanding, and I totally disagree with that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Underhill. I am honestly having a hard time understanding how the wording in the ordinance accomplishes the sports use off-leash area. If I look at the 71A 3B1, under B, it says that there's a prohibition, but a dog may be off-leash at the following parks, and it describes Jason Park. So on the north side of the park only, as separated by fencing from the south playground area, but in the northeast corner only when the north to south temporary fencing is installed, which would be always. And so that sounds to me as though it reads that if that fence is there, then the off-leash area of the park is only on the northeast side. And so we would be, if we allow them to go into the sports use area when it's not being utilized, we would be violating our own ordinance. Am I misunderstanding something, or?
No, you're correct on the way it words, so that's something we need to look at updating.
Okay, got it. So.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nunnenkamp.
Thank you. Per Member Woodward's question about reserved versus open use, to just make sure I have this correct, if this permanent fence goes up and the gates are open, folks can go back and forth. The entire north section of the field will be available for off-leash. But again, it's only during those hours, correct?
Correct.
So, to Member Woodward's point, from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., people could play those pickup games. There could be that open use because those are not off-leash dog hours anywhere in the park, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
City Attorney Niles.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow up with Councilmember Anderson's comment. And I would request that we also read it with the next couple of words. When you stated when north to south fencing is installed to separate the off-leash portion of the park, what we had anticipated is that it would have a significant number of gates that would be largely open during these off-leash hours, so that fencing wouldn't be separating those areas. The fencing would only separate the areas when the gates are closed. That's how we intended it anyway.
Fair enough.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any other comments tonight? Or any of the questions, I should say? And actually, Member Russell, I'll answer your question. I think this is probably the best portion to answer your question, but I do believe that we should, as part of the 1 year, which started last November, I think we're planning on meeting again in January on this topic, we should be talking about it holistically from what was decided a year ago, so this would be part of it. So obviously, we would have new data points available that the temporary fencing didn't really work for the 3-week period. Depending on where we go tonight, you know, that could be another discussion point in January. So I definitely think that this should be part of the conversation in January and not a year from today, if that makes sense. That's my viewpoint.
Can I respond
Yes,
to
please.
that? Yeah, I agree with that, but once we put up a permanent fence, is that going to change the dynamic of the discussion?
No, I can understand that viewpoint. I don't think it needs to. Obviously, by having the word permanent in there, it makes it seem like it's permanent, but obviously, council is free to change their mind based on new data. So I'll go in with an open mind in January, I guess is my point. Member Woodward, anything else?
Yeah, I have just one little change to the original one, and I remember listening to this online, this discussion, and that's in the very end of B1, from November 1 through February 28. And it was brought up, well, what if there's a leap year and all this stuff? Why don't we just say from November 1 to March 1? And it takes care of leap year, and it's just so much simpler.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I would rather say just through the end of February, because to me, March 1 is the start of March. If you say to March 1st, I'm confused on whether or not it's at the end of the day of March 1 and it starts March 2nd. I'd rather just say through the end of February, so.
Okay.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, usually to March 1 would be 12 o'clock midnight, 12:01. It's up to that point.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. I think you and I are in agreement with what you should read or the purpose of it. Anyone else tonight? Member Noonkamp.
So we can move into discussion. I can go ahead and move this.
Yeah,
since
we
are not
we
there.
haven't made a motion.
Out of
That's
order.
correct.
I will move 11A1.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp.
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any comments, Member Noonkamp?
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate some of the comments that have already been brought up about some of the confusion with the way that the ordinance reads now. I agree with that, and actually was in conversations with Director Underhill and the city attorney earlier today about how we can clarify the intent of temporary before fence. We are now serving with the idea of these gates, so I think that the gate piece needs to be tied in here. So we could change it to say that instead of the temporary fence, that the north to south fence, when the gates are closed, that's when it's separated versus when the gates are open. When the gates are open, it's the entire north side. When the gates are closed, it would separate the off-leash portion from the portion of the sports field. So I will present that as a thought, and then I'm happy to offer that as an amendment.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. Member Anderson.
I think that's moving in the right direction. The one concern I see is that if somebody just decides to close the gate, if it's a gate that anybody can close, then the ordinance would essentially be saying anybody can close that down. So maybe when the sports field is reserved and in use, and the central gates are closed, or something to that effect. So it's not just a matter of, we don't want tug of war with the gates to decide whether that portion is closed or not.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would prefer to key it to a reservation rather than the status of a gate. A reservation is a provable item. You make a reservation, the city has a record of the reservation, you pay for the reservation. Just like nobody can barbecue in a picnic pavilion that I reserve without my invitation, nobody can run their dogs during a sporting event when I reserve the field. So the reservation here, I think, is the solid, provable key as opposed to the opening or closed status of the gates.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else with comments? Member Noonkamp.
I'm happy to tie it to the reservation as well. I just bring up that we might want to say reservation and gate closed, because if you are in the park and you don't know if there's a reservation, maybe it started and they're not quite there yet. They also, it's, as Director Underhill said, incumbent on the person who made the reservation to close the gates, that also would be visible. And then if there wasn't a reservation, that the gates should be open. maybe we can do both, because I'm just trying to understand, how would you maybe know if there's a reservation? You know, there's some sort of visual piece, unless is there always a sign when it's reserved?
The goal for the Parks Department is to post when the reservations are occurring. So there will be A-frames like we've had this last June posted stating when reservations are occurring. So it was fairly consistent. I think it was like Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., something like that. We'll continue to do that for as long as we need to.
Okay, that might be sufficient.
Thank you, Member Newton Camp. And also, person that made the reservation may want to have it open. So, Member Anderson.
Yeah, I like the idea of sticking with the reservation. Then you could have the reservation sheet maybe even on the gate, or on the gate when it's closed, have a sign that says, you know, not available when reserved, right there next to the reservation sheet, or however you want to use it. But I think the reservation makes the most sense, as Mayor Pro Tem said.
Perfect. Anybody want to make a motion to amend? Who's good with words?
I'll make a motion to amend. And having it read, Jason Park on the north side of the park only, as separated by fencing from the south playground area, but in the northeast corner of the park only, when the sports fields are reserved. And only during the 6 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Do we want to add and gates closed? Yep. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm out of order. Let the motion finish and then.
Okay, go ahead, Member Anderson.
I believe that was the motion. I thought we would discuss not having the gates closed. So that's my motion. I like it with just the reservation, if there's a second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
I'll second that, because I think it's a good start. I will, I think, rather than referring to the sports fields, we may wish to refer to the northwest area of the park as separated by the north-south fence. The sports fields is not specific, but giving a geographic area would help.
So I'll reword my motion with, I agree with that. So continuing, but in the northeast corner of the park only, when the northwest corner of the park separated by a fence has been reserved, and only during the 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., etc.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem, any comments? I think that gets to what it is that we're trying to accomplish tonight. I'm hoping it provides clarity for the members of the public, so I will be voting in favor of the motion to amend tonight. Any further comment? Member Russell?
I think in the past I've voted against this, but I do intend to support it this time because the entire north side of the park is available when the sports fields are not in use. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward?
I'm going to be voting no on that part because of what I see as taken away from citizens of Englewood, the use of that area for sporting events and different types of activities. So I'll be voting no for that. I don't think it's needed to be reserved.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please?
I have a question, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Newcamp.
I just want to make sure I understand the wording, and because we're changing, nowhere in here are we talking about, now it's not going to be a temporary fence, and I just want to make sure that we're covering what we need to cover in the ordinance to make the change that we're making. Can you say the language one more time? Member Anderson, I'm sorry.
I will try my best.
I'm sorry.
Let's see, on the north side of the park only is separated by fencing from the south playground area, but in the northeast corner of the park only when the northwest corner of the park as separated by a fence is reserved, and only during the hours of 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. Do we need to add more clarity to say the northwest corner of the park is reserved by the north-south fence? Because that's how it is written currently. It says north-south temporary fencing. Now it would say as separated by north-south fencing. We would just take out the word temporary. But it's always going to be installed. So I just want to, I feel like maybe the wordsmithing of the language isn't quite right, and I just want to make sure, I don't know, can we ask if the city manager has a thought on just how we get the language right, unless I'm mistaken?
City Attorney, go ahead.
Yes, I agree. I had the same concern, because without referring to the fence at all, then it's where the fence is, it makes that geographical designation a little bit unclear. So I've been typing along. And what about when the northwest corner of the park, as separated by north to south fencing, is reserved?
It sounds good to me.
Because that refers to the north-south fence that's there.
That's a helpful clarification, I think. I'll accept that Member Nunecamp as a friendly amendment to my amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Any more amendments? No? Seeing no further comment, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nunecamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Woodward.
Perfect. Any other motions? Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have one possible amendment. A resident called me earlier this week, and we had a conversation about the final whereas clause. And it says, whereas after vandalism of temporary fencing. And this resident indicated that the word vandalism is a pretty active verb and might seem somewhat accusatory towards any particular group. So I would propose an amendment to change the word vandalism to damage. So instead of vandalism, of damage to.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson.
Could I ask a question of Director Underhill?
Sure.
What was the nature of the damage? Because we've heard broken fence posts. Were they all broken?
Not every single fence post was broken. There was probably 17 total that were bent enough to snap at the base.
Out of how many?
There's probably 30 to 40 out there.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Russell.
I'm going to second that motion because, well, and then I guess we can have discussion.
Yeah,
That
Mayor
was
Pro
the
Tem-
intent. It was
Okay.
intended to be a motion.
Okay.
I might not have stated that.
I didn't write it
clearly.
down as one, but okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, you had the motion on the table. Member Russell, you seconded it. Any comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I actually think it is more appropriate to put that wording in there, because if we start making ordinances because people vandalize things, we may end up making a lot of changes in ordinances. I actually think it's better wording.
Thank you, Member Russell. I agree. I just don't like the negativity of the word, so I will be voting in favor of that motion to change it from vandalism to damaged. See no other comments. Can we please vote on the motion on the table?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nunecamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Any further motions tonight? I think, Member Woodward, this may be where we want to clarify the dates, since we do have a leap year potentially in certain years. So, Member Woodward, did you want to make a motion, or should I make a motion to amend?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to change in paragraph B on page 3 under summary. The last word of February 28th to, what did you propose, to the end of February? To the end of February, the last day of February.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I will second that.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Is this intended to apply to every occurrence of that language, which happens in at least 3 paragraphs? Or is just...
Member Woodward, did you want to answer that, or did you want me to jump in on that?
I'm not seeing where.
It states it for each of the parks.
Mm-hmm.
My preference would be to change it for all the parks, just because I think the intent was always to change the hours on March 1st. As it's just one day, but I like the clarity of just the fact that on a leap year, regardless of the year, we're going to be starting on March 1st. So, I will second that amended motion. Now, if there's any comments from council?
Can I just,
Member Russell?
thank you. So does that mean that on March 1st, we can go ahead and change on that day? Unless, if it falls on a weekend, we're probably not going to change on that. Well, we're not going to enforce it after that day.
March 1st, it would kick off the new hours.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, can we vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nunnenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, any further amendments? Seeing none, can we now vote on the motion on the table?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nunnenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. I hope you got all of that. So now moving on to 11C1. This is the approval of contract to provide security services for EAP and Civic Center properties. I see Director Public Works Maria DeAndre, and I believe Senior Capital Project Specialist Melinda Goblich. I can't remember what I said. Get it wrong every time. But Director DeAndre, are you kicking us off?
Well, I'll let Ms. Goblersch come up in a moment. We're not going to go through the presentation again. We did that 2 weeks ago. We are here to answer any questions. Melinda will give just a brief overview. And we have members of Allied Universal with us tonight to answer questions as well.
We are here this evening in response to the questions and concerns raised at the meeting on August 1st as to the recommendation for Allied Universal to be approved for the security contract. References were contacted, the responses were positive. Documentation of the questions posed and the responses for each were included in the council packet. The response also include notes from municipal court as to their experience working with Allied for over 20 years. A letter from Allied addressing your concerns about their services and staff based on recent media reports is also included. We are confident in our decision to recommend Allied Universal for this security contract. And as Director DeAndrea mentioned, representatives of Allied are here tonight and are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions from council? Member Nunnenkamp?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this back. I appreciate you including the notes from the reference checks in the packet. That was very helpful. I did have a question from the letter that we received from Allied. They noted that because the City of Englewood has not established specific training requirements for armed officers, that they would use their own training standards for the officers that they provide. Can you help us understand what circumstances that the city might establish our own standards for something like that?
Let's see. Sure. Yeah, I think really our background as staff we don't have that expertise to be able to say what their training is or isn't. So we're really looking to them as the experts, if you will, as to what their training needs would be to service our facilities.
No, I appreciate that. It just was because that was called out that the city didn't have those standards. I was curious, do other cities, is that something that maybe we should be having? But if their standards seem quite thorough, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Will we be using the police department for any of the security here, or will Allied be doing all of the security?
They will, Allied will be doing the security. They will create protocols of when they will call the police. So similar to what we do now, that will be better documented through of when they need to call in the police, similar to what any private company would do as well.
Okay, and so will they also be doing council meetings in the evening, or will the police department be doing that?
No, excuse me, the police will continue to service the front out here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Member Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, and I would assume the post orders would address calling the police, when to call police, and if the police were needed to call them, and may even have a direct radio.
That's correct. That would be the intent, is through the post documents to Councilmember Russell's question, would document when and under what circumstances we would call the police in.
Yes, and I just want to verify with whoever is here from Allied Universal that those post instructions and stuff will be reviewed by everybody that's here. I mean, all your officers, and on a periodic basis, come back and review them and be familiar with them.
Yeah, can somebody come up and speak to that? Thank you.
Yeah, Jeremy Lee, I'm the Regional Vice President for Allied Universal. I live in Larkspur. To answer your question is yes, that review will be based on the desire of the contract, so we could review it every 6 months. I have contracts that ask for a yearly review or 6 months, so we can decide what that looks like for the post orders. All new hires have to review that, the post orders, and then again, every 6 months or every year afterwards for incumbent officers.
And will they be posted here? I assume you'll have some sort of room or something to...
Yeah, we like to have those post orders. That's what I would ask, is they would be available to the security professionals at all time. So they can reference those post orders at any time during their shift.
Yeah, I would ask that also.
Yep.
And then just another question on your armed officers. How often do they retrain?
So there's no minimum for the city here. However, we follow what we're doing for RTD, which is our largest contract. So we have all our security professionals qualify quarterly. So that way, in case we wanted to have them work at RTD, if we needed to cross-train them, they're not meeting a requirement that RTD has. They're not missing that requirement.
Okay.
So our current qualification is 4 times a year.
4 times a year?
And for the city of Denver, it's 1.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So 4 times a year then for sure, and is that at a range? I mean, a couple of times in that year, it's not very nice weather, and it's mud and it's dirt. And
Yeah,
getting out,
yes, sir.
and trying to get to a shooting range is difficult.
Yeah, we have an indoor range and an outdoor range for weather.
Okay, very
Yep.
good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Woodward, and thank you, Mr. Lee, for the comments. Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Wink. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
The additional clarification that we received on this contract was very helpful to me. In particular, the memo from Allied explaining some of the things that were stated at our most recent council session and how the record differs from those statements was extremely helpful. And it's important to me, operating on this dais, that the statements that come across towards the public are true, and to the extent that they're not, we correct that record. So I appreciate you going through those and getting that corrected for us. I will also say that because this was a competitive contract, seeing the score sheets was helpful to me, as well as the reference checks. I have not heard any complaints personally about the way Allied has conducted itself to date at the City Center, so I am confident in renewing this contract and extending it to a larger area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson.
I want to echo Mayor Pro Tem Ward's statements and also just add, I mentioned at the last council meeting when we discussed this before that I heard enough information that gave me enough reason to say, hey, let's wait on this. But I wasn't opposed to this contract at the time, and am very thankful that we were able to get more information and appreciate the work you guys put in on the letter, and I'm supportive tonight.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I too echo all of that and setting the record straight. So do appreciate all the information that was provided tonight by staff and by Allied. With no further comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, Director DeAndre and Ms. Goldblersch for your comments tonight. Thank you. Moving on to 11C2, we have Director of Finance Jackie Loh, and do we have Ms. Nolan as well? Don't believe so, but this is a resolution adopting the changes to the reserve investment policy.
Yes.
Good evening, Director.
Just want to ask council to approve the reserve policy, investment policy we presented to council on August 1st. So we ask council to consider to approve the resolution adopting the changes to the following section of city's 2016 financial policies, including investment policy and general fund balance policy. So.
Thank you, Director Loh. Any questions from council? Member Noonenkamp.
Yes, thank you for bringing this forward. I know this has been a very long conversation in the making. And if I'm missing it in the council communication, please point me to it. But there were some questions just last week, and we were talking about this policy coming forward, about how we're determining the percentage of what number. Is it the previous year? Is it the current year? Can you provide clarity for us of how we're calculating this in the reserve policy?
No, we did not include the baseline in the policy. If I recall correctly, we have like 3 potential options. One is based on prior year's audited financial statements. The other is based on current year's estimates. The third will be based on the proposed budget. So I wonder if we need to incorporate the baseline in the investment policy, or we want to have more flexibility based on council discussion.
So you're saying if we don't include it, every year council gets to decide which baseline they want to choose from?
Correct. We did not have that, because last time when we discussed on August 1st, we did not make a decision. So we did not make any changes to the investment policy after August 1st. But we could certainly incorporate council decision in this policy tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any other questions from council? Just trying to figure out if we should have that conversation now about the 3 options. If we just make a motion first and then have comments, I think let's make a motion. Can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any comments? Member Russell.
Actually, this is justification for why I'm going to vote, but I have some concerns. And this is on page 8. It is under policy directives and operational guidelines. I'm going to read the opening paragraph right there. It says the GFOA recommends at a minimum that general purpose governments maintain an aggregate unrestricted fund balances in their general fund of no less than 2 months, 16.67% of regular general fund operating revenues or expenditures, whichever is most predictable. The GFOA notes, however, that larger government entities may appropriately maintain a lesser level due to more predictable contingencies, higher revenue diversification, and less revenue volatility. Then I'm going to skip a couple sentences. GFOA recognizes that entities with a range of designated reserves may have sufficient liquidity to meet this defined standard through inclusion of funds formerly designated for other purposes, yet available for redesignation should circumstances warrant. My greatest concern is dropping down to the 12%. We are not a larger government like Aurora or Denver that has other areas that we can draw on. If we, for some reason, drop down to 12%, I believe that we are putting at risk. I'm not saying that I'm against ratcheting and sliding, but I'm really thinking that the Government Finance Office is recommending that smaller governments keep the 16.67% or 2 months of revenues. And I don't mind if we ratchet up, but I really think that our bottom number should be 16.67% rather than 12%.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that's a reasonable concern. It's not one that I share. I think the risk of us going down to 12% is actually relatively low policy-wise. We've managed our budget effectively to date, but I think that going down to 12% is an option that we need to have in our toolkit for times when the economy is not performing as well as we would like. The important part about this policy to me is that it provides flexibility to council, it sets a reasonable policy range, and it allows us to put money away in good years and to draw off of that for continuity of services in leaner years. I think this is a good start. We don't have a specific guideline for when we ratchet and when we slide. That might be something that we want to consider next year. But for this year, I'm happy adopting this policy as a good start to some more refinement of our financial policies.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson.
I understand Councilmember Russell's concern as well, and similar to Mayor Pro Tem Ward, I think this is one of the point of having the reserve is to be able to use it when times when times necessitate using it. This gives us a standard for which to use it, because if the economy really turns and we have to dip into our reserves, we will, regardless of policy. This just gives us a little guidance to direct that. So that's what the reserve is there for. We're just putting that into policy. So that's why I'm supportive of this.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else?
Yeah, if I may address to Councilmember Russell's concern, if you refer to the financial illustration in your packet, we use 2021 ending fund balance to calculate the unrestricted reserve based on 12%, 16.7%, and 21.4%. So if we use 16.7%, we'll put $9 million to the savings account. Is that a lot, or is that too little? $9 million. But if we use 12%, we put a $6.7 million to the savings account. For a city of our size, do we feel $9 million in savings account on an annual basis is sufficient? Or even 6.7 million at a 12% is sufficient. So the percentage is giving council one perspective, but the dollar amount is telling a different story, just give you the full perspective.
Thank you, Director Loh. Member Newnham.
Yeah, I want to bring up the question that I raised earlier and frankly ask this council, do we want to pick a consistent baseline that we use year over year? I think something that's attractive to me about ratcheting and sliding is that it gives us a way that we can respond to what's happening in the economy, and we can see this year we were able to save more, this year we needed to spend more so that we don't have a reduction in city services when the economy is low. But if we are constantly picking a different baseline every year and choosing how we want to measure it, that raises a concern for me. And I don't want to remove flexibility from this council that we need, but for this to be an effective policy, I do wonder if we should pick something consistent. I'm raising the question to the council.
Thank you, Member Camp. Actually, I'm gonna let Member Russell go. I think you wanted to respond to Director Loh potentially, and then.
Right.
Sorry, yeah. No.
I did want to respond to Director Loh and to the council. I guess my greatest concern is we could not only have a 2008, 2009 year, my concern is that it could be even bigger than that. And that is a huge concern if we drop down to now, I agree with Councilmember Anderson. If we need funds to do certain things, we're gonna go below that because that is a guideline. I'm just saying that right now may not be the time to go down to 12%. And I guess if we have a major collapse, we would have time to decide. I mean, right now, we got the 16.67, we've got a little more than that. But I am saying, I think that is a distinct possibility that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
In response to Councilmember Noonenkamp's question about a baseline, my assumption had been that going forward, the baseline would be what our reserve was going into the previous budget cycle, but maybe I feel like this is starting this off is kind of a special exception, but if we set our for 2023, our reserve at 17% or 17.5% or whatever it is, and then we have a budget surplus, then I wouldn't want to see it go up from there. And so that baseline would be increasing based on whatever the policy was the previous year. Maybe that's not explicit, but I guess that was just kind of my assumption, is that's the definition of ratcheting would be go up from where you were before. Is that the question you're getting at? Okay, misunderstood.
No, and maybe Director Loh, you can help us wait here. I think my question is 16.7% of what? What are we measuring against? And I think there are a few different options here, and this policy, we have not clarified what we're measuring.
Yeah, if I could have put a numbers, does council want to revise this investment policy by incorporating a baseline? I heard from our last conversation, the three possibilities. One is based on 2021 auditor financials. We usually have the information in June. Also, do we want to base on 2022 estimates, the halfway through, or would you like to use 2023 proposed budget? Unless you want to have a fourth option.
Go ahead, Member Noonenkamp.
And I'll let Member Woodward weigh in. I think that the reason I'm bringing this up is because last week it seemed that we were all talking. I think Member Woodward was talking about the audit. Member Anderson was talking about 2022. So I think we need to just get on the same page so we all know what we're measuring.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Member Woodward.
Well, for me, I would go with either A or B, that is the audit, the certified audit, or that estimate at mid-year, I think the end of June, which you would be coming up with where we're going to be. But I also think that by the time it comes time for the budget, to approve the budget, we certainly have a much better idea of where we're going to be by year end. So we are going to be reacting to that. If the market is going south, so to speak, which it started in 2008, it started in about March. People didn't realize it until August. And we were able to respond prior to approving the budget. And so I think the answer is for me, the answer is that we would be looking at it, we wouldn't have a baseline, so to speak, or if we had a baseline, it'd be one of those two options, or we would be always being aware of where the market is. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I guess where I kind of stand tonight, and Mayor Pro Tem, let me know if I'm misconstruing your words, but I almost would be in favor of just voting on the policy as is, and then making changes or having a discussion later on in the year on what the baseline should be, because I just need to put a little bit more thought into this. Obviously, previous year's audited numbers, it's a known number. 2022 is a little bit more reliable just because we're in the middle of the year. The 2023 proposed budget may be less reliable in a sense. I need to understand the pros and cons of that before I put that into policy. So that's kind of where I stand right now, but obviously I'll let members of council. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I'm with Member Newnenkamp on this. I finally get what you're getting at, and I would personally not bother with the audited financials from the previous cycle because I think they lag too far behind. I would base it on projections in the coming year because as our revenues and expenditures continue to grow, the reserves can grow as a percentage of those as opposed to a percentage of what we had 2 years prior. Same thing for shrinking. So I would say revenues is what we have traditionally shot for. So I would say projected revenues for the current budget cycle. So whatever budget cycle we're working on, our end of year revenue number is the baseline for the target percentage and how we calculate that target percentage.
Thank you. Member Anderson.
I think it's too far behind to rely on 2021 numbers when we're looking forward to 2023. So I'm good with an estimate or a projected budget numbers for the current year. Or I would kind of like to look at a composite. Like we may have maybe doing okay on our budget for our current year, but the economy is not looking as good as we might want it. That's kind of the situation I think we might be in right now is maybe we could ratchet up a little bit, but knowing that next year may not be doing as well, we may not, we may want to make sure that we're okay in that situation. So I would kind of like to see an analysis of those numbers at the beginning of the budget process, and kind of make a decision at that point in time, but taking both of those considerations into consideration.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Member Newnenkamp?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, and I hear where the mayor is coming from, but I think if we pass it without the baseline, it's an incomplete policy that won't actually be effective. And the way I view this entire change is that we can try it. It doesn't mean that we will do it forever. I think, this is obviously something new, and I think giving it a shot to work is an opportunity. I think that we can do it in a way that's judicious and stewards taxpayer resources. And so I'm inclined to include the baseline as a way to actually give this an honest attempt, and would lean towards Mayor Pro Tem, on how we measure it so that we can kind of have a holistic view, looking ahead. This is what we need for operating expenses, this is what we need for capital, this is what we can put in reserves. I think that makes the most sense. And then to try that for a year and then to review, was that the right baseline? Did it work? Do we have what we need? I think if we try to move forward and try this for a year and we don't include the baseline, then I don't think we'll actually have all the data that we need to make the decision. Doesn't mean we can't change it later. So that's where I stand on that. I do have another question on unassigned fund balance, but I can pause there if anyone has anything else on baseline.
Any further comments, council? Member Newnenkamp, I'll let you finish your thought.
I just have a question on unassigned fund balance, and this has also been part of the conversation. This is the change on page 7. My understanding is, obviously before I was on this council, we had amassed a very large unassigned fund balance that we let grow above our reserve policy, and that the previous council decided to spend down on capital projects. And the way we have this worded now is that, you know, the fund, to expend the funds requires action of council. Potential uses are listed and not all-inclusive list. Do we want to consider requiring council, maybe not to say they have to go to capital or they have to do something, but at the end of every fiscal year, we make a decision about what we do with those taxpayer resources if they are above our reserve policy. I don't want to, again, remove necessary flexibility of this council, and so if we feel like that's necessary, I'm happy to not push this forward. But since we're having the conversation, do we need to put something in here about that council needs to make a decision about what we do with this money, even if it is to store it away for something in the future?
Yeah, I think under C, unrestricted fund balance, we added a few potential uses for council consideration. Do you think it's not inclusive? But at least list the things we did with unassigned fund balance.
Yes, and I think this is fine. And I think this is, you know, here are some ideas, but nowhere are we saying that the council has to do something with taxpayer dollars that are above our reserve policy. And I'm wondering if that's something that we should include.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Russell.
Thank you. There is something in the charter that talks about if the money does not get spent for capital projects, it stays in the capital project fund to be spent the following year. Is that that's in the charter under, it may be things that are already scheduled for disbursement this year, but we don't get them done.
Yeah.
That's unappropriate, or that's already appropriated. Okay, if it's already appropriated, it stays in
the capital improvement fund, because
Okay.
that carry forward. Yeah, but I do remember there's a number, a time frame, how long that appropriation can stay in the capital improvement fund. That's in our charter.
Okay, and I think historically, at least, and probably longer than I've been on council, the biggest expense that this city has really is capital projects. We never get them taken care of. And I think that maybe should be one of our priorities for the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the biggest expense we have is personnel, not capital. But I get the spirit of your comment just the same, Member Russell. On the subject of, as Member Noonan-Camp was saying, what we do with funds above, this is a place where I'm comfortable just leaving good enough rest right now. But I would like to propose an amendment to the fiscal policies that we have here. So I will move to amend, and let me get the section here. It's on page 8 and 9. Each reference to operating revenues or expenditures, annual operating revenues or expenditures, I would change to projected operating revenues. So we're setting our baseline based on what we are projecting for revenue in the upcoming cycle.
But I thought we were thinking of our baseline will be based on the operating surplus or shortfall. So would you like to change that to projected operating surplus and shortfall?
Maybe annual operating revenue is fine, because that tells us a point in time. But what I'm trying to capture is that we're basing it on revenue. And when we go to do the budget cycle, we look at our projected revenue and we look at how much we have, and the difference between what we have or what we'll have at the end of the year is our reserve. So
that would totally change our reserve policy, though.
The 16.7% right now that we have is generally based on revenue.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, that's the target I'm shooting for, is the revenue projection, and maybe I
Okay.
didn't say it adequately.
So the current policy is based on the revenue or expenditure, whichever is more predictable. You want to totally take out the expenditure when we calculate unrestricted reserve by using revenue only.
Correct.
Okay.
I want us to have a specific item that we shoot for every year. And
Okay.
I think
To be
since we've been
consistent.
using revenue traditionally, we should just continue down that stream.
Okay. So
Thank you,
we'll
Mayor.
totally take out the
Expenditure.
operating expenditure, whatever is more predictable, just use the operating revenue. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second on that?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
I apologize, spoke out of turn. Just so I'm clear and on what we're doing here, and Director Loh can weigh in, the idea is how do we get the baseline for the projections for the future year for 2023, right? So could this also be worded based on the projected operating revenues or expenditures, whichever is more predictable? Would that also, I know you're saying just revenue, but if we wanted to do revenue or expenditure, whatever's more predictable, but to just, instead of annual, put projected annual? Or are you changing something else? I'm just trying to understand.
That doesn't solve the consistency problem of what number we use on an annual basis. So if we use revenue in 2023, and then in 2024, we use expenditures, we may actively be changing what our baseline percentage is just based on the projected number the next year. So there's not as much consistency there.
My question then is to Director Loh, because currently there's inconsistency within the existing policy. It's whichever is more predictable. Do we go back and forth historically, or is it important to you that we include both?
I think we adopted that information as recommended by GFOA. It seems like we can change the policy by including projected operating revenue. That's fine. But I think our challenge here is how do we determine if we use 16.7%, 12%, or 21.4%, what's the baseline? I think that's probably the dilemma we're trying to solve, not if we are using the revenue or expenditure to calculate that. Is when do we determine to use the percentage between 12% to 21.4%? There's a range. Do we want to use I think that's what we are trying to decide. Do we want to change the policy by making decision on the baseline now, or we want to delay approving this reserve policy now, or do we want to approve the reserve policy now, have a separate study session to address the baseline separately?
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
The question you just asked, which is the how do we pick the baseline question, is the one that I was suggesting is a next year question.
I want to use next year's budget, propose the budget.
Yeah, so when we work on the budget for the 2024 cycle, we may want to revisit the financial policies, but what I would like to do this year is get this range in place as a target range and determine how well that works for now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments? Member Russell.
Does that mean that motion is going to be withdrawn?
I'm still comfortable with it because it sets a direct and exact standard for what percentage we're shooting at, where the target is. Because right now we have two targets, revenue and expenditure, and we could throw a dart at revenue or we could throw a dart at expenditure. This says we always throw the dart at revenue and we try to hit this range 12 to 21.4%.
Thank you.
Member Anderson.
To me, this doesn't like. I thought we were trying to decide whether it's current year or projected. But this doesn't say like. I feel like the language needs to be like at the beginning. It needs to say something like at the beginning of the budget process, each year a reserve range of 12 to 21.4%, based on current year projected revenues or something like that. I don't know if just adding projected clarifies it enough. Maybe it does, but and I'm just overthinking it, but that's the thought that occurs to me is projected from when to when.
I hear a better amendment forming, so I will withdraw my proposed amendment.
Member Anderson.
I move to amend the policy section 1A, or 5.1A. Each year at the beginning of the budget cycle, an unrestricted reserve range of 12 to 21. Council shall set an unrestricted reserve range of 12 to 21.4% based on the projected operating revenues for the current year.
For the current year, not the coming year. Current year. Or coming year. Based on 2022 or 2023.
I thought we were going to base it on the projected revenues from 2023 or from like this year. We would base it on
Okay,
2022.
2022, the current year.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's a projected for the end of the year. I don't know. How would we base it on something we don't know for the next year?
Based on proposed budget for next year or current year's estimates? So current year's
We
estimates.
can't base it on the proposed budget for next year because we haven't even started the budget for next year at this time we're supposed to be doing this. It's the current year. Right?
Yeah, we're getting closer. We have 3 options, not only 2 now. Use elimination.
This is supposed to guide our budgeting process, so it's happening at the beginning of the budget process. So it has to be for the current year so that we can make a decision on the
Following
percentage
year.
for the coming year.
I think it's the following year because we're always working on the future year. Till
Yeah, but
November.
right now we're talking about the baseline.
Member Nunekamp.
I see pros and cons to both current year and projected year. I do want to note though at the beginning of paragraph 1 under section 5, it does say that the city will make an annual determination. So I think we already have at the beginning of the year that we have to make the annual, and that's already built in. I could go either way. I think, remember Russell has a point that if we're talking about 2023 generally, making a determination based, so it's all holistic, makes sense to me. But I understand that that's risky because we're trying to project the future.
The problem I'm having trouble getting over is that we are trying to determine what our, before we make the budget for 2023, right? So we're already determining we already have the projected revenue figured out for 2023? Okay.
Member Nunekamp.
I would like to pose that question to Director Loh. Since it says in section 1, the city will make an annual determination, when would this decision be made by council? Would it be made when we have the projections for 2023?
I would say before we finalize the following year's budget, we need a percentage for unrestricted revenue.
Okay, that's very helpful.
And Director Loh, when is that normally?
You mean the percentage or when?
When, yeah.
I would say if we use this year's calendar as example, we presented council our proposal on August 8th, but we'll have public hearing on September 15th. So we need to make decision before public hearing.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
This is how we solve for the remainder in the equation in the 2023 budget. So the question we're asking here is, when we plan for 2023, how much money do we want to have left over after we take in our revenues and we spend our money? That's the percentage that we're solving for, which is why I would use the projected revenues as the target. So as we project into 2023, we have an idea of how we've performed in 2022. We have a projection for how much money we'll have at the end of 2022, which informs the budget planning for 2023. And so I would set the percentage of the reserve at target as a projection for the following year. Because that's ultimately the question we're trying to solve, is how much money do we leave in our savings account when we plan our budget?
Member Anderson.
Sorry, I guess the challenge is we have to choose a number based on our projected revenue we have to apply our number to the projected revenue for the coming year, for 2023. But I don't know how we can both base it on that and apply it to that as well. Because if we're ratcheting up and ratcheting down, what are we ratcheting up from, or what are we sliding down to? And so we got to have a starting point to know, oh, this year we project that at the end of 2022, we will have a reserve balance of 17%. And so we should, we're then in a position to, based on that tells you we had a good year, right? Because we're above 16.7%, or we've gone up from the previous year, something like that. So we could ratchet up from there. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding, and I'm got my mind wrapped all in circles around this. So maybe I got pretzel brain going on, but I'm having a hard time getting to where I understand how we can base it on the previous year. We have to deal with or base it on the coming year. We have to deal with that number, but I think we need to start somewhere else.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward.
Maybe we should be starting at the 16.7, which is the number that we've been utilizing. It's a number that we can start at, and we can ratchet either way as things go on. Because revenue is one of those things that we don't have a whole lot of, we have some control over that, but not a whole lot. Once we've set and put expenses in motion, we have more control over expenses. If the economy is shot, is gone downhill real bad quick, we have no control over revenue. And we've got to be nimble. I think it's our duty to be nimble until we come up with a final budget. And then when we start the new year, we're going to be nimble again and say, gee whiz, it's not what we thought. We need to not do this or do that. So I think the 16.7 is where we started. We go with that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the important question is 16.7% of what? That's what we're trying to determine. Is it 16.7% of the projected revenues that we have at the end of the current year that we're working in, the end of the future year that we're projecting into, or is it expenses? Now, I would posit an argument for revenues being the projected baseline, because although we can't control them, if we under project our revenue, then we have a surplus, and that generally is perceived as good. But if we over project our revenue, then our percentage target is actually larger, giving us a larger cushion to land on because we over projected our revenue. So we have direct control over expenditures, as you pointed out, and not over revenue. But I think using revenue as the target helps us kind of have a better, nicer sized cushion that we can work with if we need it.
I'll go to Member Russell, then Member Anderson.
Thank you. I think that Member Woodward makes a good point, and really what I'm saying, currently, the 16.7% is of operating revenues or expenditures, which is ever more predictable. The bottom line is revenues, because the lion's share of our general fund comes from sales tax revenue. When the money runs out and people don't spend, then revenues are unpredictable, and we can control the expenses, but we can't control the revenues. What I think, and this is my personal opinion, we have been trying to solve a problem by ratcheting and spending that we could solve without doing anything to the current financial policy, by just deciding that when, in August, whenever, we have, how much money we have that we could spend, instead of letting it get up to 25%. I mean, that was, the policy said we'll keep it at 16.67. But really, the goal you're trying to solve is spending the taxpayers' money and not just letting it sit there. Is that correct?
I think the problem that ratcheting and sliding solves is that it allows our taxpayers to have expectations for how we handle their money in general. If we set a 16.7% target every year as a fixed point, and we consistently are out of compliance with that number, either too much or too little, then we are telling our taxpayers that we're going to do something with their money that we are actively not doing. So having a range allows us to say, you know, sometimes the numbers are going to be slightly different, but this is our policy that we intend to adhere to. This is how you can expect us to manage your money on an annual basis.
Can I respond?
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So then why don't we just set a policy in place? If our funds get over 16.7%, all of that money has to go to capital projects. I mean, we could just put a policy in place where to spend that money.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
So I feel like we're spinning our wheels a little bit at this point, and I am honestly not comfortable voting on any amendment to this without having some time to sit down and really think it through. So I propose that we just vote on this policy as is, or, you know, alternatively table it. But I'd rather just vote on it because I'm in agreement with the general motion of this thing, but adding more specificity to it without thinking through it, I don't think I'm capable of that tonight. So that would be my preference, is to withdraw the motion and just vote on it as is.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I don't believe we have a motion on the table. I don't think it was seconded.
Oh, right, we do have a motion, just
We have a
not
motion, but
second.
okay, yeah, that's right. No one, there was never a second. Okay. Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Noonan-Camp.
I appreciate Member Anderson's comments, and I don't necessarily disagree with them, but I do have a question for Director Loh. If we pass this as is tonight, what baseline will we use? That is still an outstanding question to me, of how will we even implement this do we need to come back and make that decision?
For 2023 budget, we definitely need council's directive on the percentage we'll be using. Currently, I think last time we used 16.7%. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not asking what the percentage would be. 16% of what?
When we presented to council our budget last week, we used 16.7% of projected revenue of 2023.
Okay. I'm happy to move forward with this and to not continue to take time on it. It's getting late, but I would like my preference to be for this to come back maybe with some more information and a recommendation. It's interesting that staff is currently using projected revenue. I think that's helpful for us to know. But I would like us to make a decision on this for it to be effective.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Anyone else? And then Mayor Pro Tem, I think you're the one that has the motion on the table right now. It hasn't been seconded though.
I withdrew my motion, and Councilman Anderson also withdrew his, so.
Original motion, we have Anderson and Ward.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so can I get a motion to approve? Where are we at?
We're ready to vote, I think.
So oh, that's right, with an amendment. Okay. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Needham,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
Thank you very much. And then Director Loh, you're here with the 2022 budget supplemental resolution.
All right, thank you. Right. Staff requests council consider and approve the third budget resolution for an appropriation amendment totaling 1.2 million, which includes operational and capital project changes. We heard council's comment about the budget supplemental process, so we put a more vigorous process around the budget supplemental approval process we're going to discuss with council. And I also want to give council an overall overview of the 2022 budget supplementals, the year-to-date budget supplementals. Then we're going to talk about the third budget supplemental, which is very purposeful and intentional. We bring this to your attention, and we want to explain, answer any questions you may have. So what we did about the budget supplemental process is department will identify any additional changes, and also will answer the question if the current budget is sufficient to absorb the new cost. If it's personnel related, any mid-year personnel adjustment need to be approved by city manager's office and human resources. And here's our current thought process, because it's really a delegated balance. We don't want to spend any additional funding for any contract without bring the request to council. At the same time, we don't want to return a lot of unused funding back to unassigned fund balance. So we want to talk to department, make sure they cannot absorb the new cost estimates before we bring the supplemental to council. However, if some departments can absorb additional costs for personnel-related requests, we want to find a way to let council know, because we want to ensure full transparency. So we're thinking, what's the best way to let council know? The current thought process is we probably could incorporate those personnel changes into our monthly financial. We will not present to council on a monthly basis, but on a quarterly basis, we can give council a list. This is the personnel changes, because that has compounding effect on the future budgets. So this is our current process. The directors will discuss this approach on Wednesday. So after we decided to determine to bring this request to council, the finance staff is going to collaborate with city attorney's office to prepare the presentation and resolution for council's approval. So this is a process we implemented to put a more rigorous process into the budget supplemental process. I want to give you a account, the 2022 budget supplementals. These numbers look very large, but a lot of those requests are capital project related and also funded by ARPA. So let me give you a overview. So 2021, we asked for 2.9 million. Of that, 370,000 goes to general fund. We adjust people's salary to the midpoint, 90% midpoint. That's the major increase. Also, other fund, we allocate 2.5 million from unassigned fund balance to fund the 285 exchange project. For budget supplemental 2, the general fund, we have 1.2 million additional revenue from plan review, but we allocate 2.9 million from assigned fund balance to pay off the COP. And also allocate 1.7 million from ARPA from other projects. For budget supplemental 3, I want to spend more time to bring this change to you. So here's a summary. So for the budget supplemental 3, we want to because council know the city negotiated 2-year contract, employment contract with the collective bargains units, our Englewood Employee Associate and Association and Englewood Police Benefits Association. All the employee groups will receive a 5% increase in 2023 over the January 2022 increase. However, the 2022 implementation of the 2023 EEA and EPBA contract, by paying both groups 70% of the 5% increase, was the city's good faith effort to address the COVID impact related to inflationary price increases expressed by the members and to spread the cost increase over 2022-2023. We really want to absorb the impact between 2022-2023, potentially 2024. Another budget supplemental is funded by ARPA. You may recall we allocated $258,000 for a capital project for cross purposes. We still have the remainder $88,000 that need to be reclassified from ARPA fund balance to the capital project fund. And also for the bridge house, council approved the spending $850,000 to support this homeless initiative. So we're going to transfer money, $850,000 to the capital project fund, and we are going to collaborate with other municipalities, Sheridan and Littleton, to build this facility. So this is a detail about the EA contract and EPBA contract and the ARPA-funded projects. So we're asking council to approve the budget supplemental in a total amount of approximately $1.2 million. Do you have any questions about budget supplemental number 3?
Thank you very much, Director Loh. Any questions from council? I don't see any questions.
Yeah. I want to make comment, this probably will be our last budget supplemental for this year. We will wait until we do the final year-end audit, and we will do a final true-up reconciliation.
Thank you, Director Loh.
Yeah.
Member Russell.
Have all of the ARPA funds then been expended?
Very good question. We had a conversation earlier, I think last month. We have not spent down. For example, we allocated 1.2 million water, total probably 4.2 million for water, sewer, and stormwater. I don't think we have spent down the funding for the capital projects.
And that money for the storm sewer and for the water department, will that actually help with the lead pipes? Were we going to use it for that, or?
I don't remember the detail. I think part of the funding will be used for a lead service.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C3?
I'll move 11C3.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Nooncamp. Any further comments? Member Nooncamp.
I just want to say thank you for staff going into more detail, providing some more information in the council communication. I really appreciate it. I found it helpful, so thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
Seeing no further comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Director Loh, thank you very much for all your time tonight.
Great, thank you.
All right, everyone, now we're on to Mayor's Choice, and we have a couple of executive sessions here tonight. Let me see here. All right, perfect. I guess do I just read this now? I'm just trying to think. Now it's getting late in the night. So I move to go into executive session tonight. I move to hold an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-64024 F1 for personal matters to discuss the annual performance review of City Manager Sean Lewis. immediately followed by an executive session pursuant to CRS 246402 4A and 4B to receive legal advice on the acquisition of real property and potential legal action regarding the acquisition, immediately followed by the executive session pursuant to CRS 246402 4F1 for personnel matters to discuss the annual performance review of City Attorney Tamara Niles. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Council members Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonenkamp, Jim Woodward, Cheryl Wink, City Manager Sean Lewis, City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Just a point of information, Mayor.
Mhm.
My note from the agenda reads the statutory reference 246402 You said 4F. It's important that we provide the correct statutory reference.
The one that the mayor read is correct. It was wrong originally on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm sorry, go ahead. Was that the second?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. We will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room on the second floor. Is that correct? It says it here, but I think we're just going next here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. We're just going next door.
Property Acquisition
All right, everyone, the time is now 11:28, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonenkamp, Jim Woodward, Cheryl Wink, City Manager Sean Lewis, City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wink. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concern for the record. Seeing none, we now move on to Mayor's Choice, and based on the late hour, I will forego Mayor's Choice. Any council member's choice? Member Anderson.
I just had one quick thing from a follow-up from our budget conversation at previous council meetings. We had talked about that we weren't quite to a place of having a structurally balanced budget. I wanted to see if for future presentations we could get some options on what it would take to actually get our operational expenses in line so we could have a structurally balanced budget. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, we also discussed two upcoming community meetings this week. Wednesday, the 17th at 4 p.m., Galapagos and Union to discuss 5G matters. And then Thursday, the 18th at, I believe it's 5:30 p.m. Near Bellevue Park to discuss the shooting incident that occurred on LaPan Street. As several of my peers on council have expressed interest in attending those meetings, I believe we should probably officially notice them as official council meetings or gatherings on those dates.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and City Attorney. We did speak about that in between earlier tonight, so I believe that will be done. So there we go. Yes, while they had free time. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I have a couple things. I felt some concern about Doug Cohen's experience with the computer and filling out these forms and then having to pay this $25 fee. That concerns me, being a senior and stuff, but I see a lot of people, being over at Malley quite a bit, I see a lot of people like that are having problems with computers. I mean, you know, I think I was working on a computer before some of you were born, and it's just passed me by. Or I would have one of these instead of this stack of papers here. But anyway, I would like to see some things where, hey, if somebody needs to turn in a form, that shouldn't cost $25. There should be a clerk of some sort here that should be able to just put it right in to the computer for a neighborhood nights out or night out. Second item, I understand that the Stanley Cup was in town over at Craig Hospital, brought by Joe Sakic, and both buildings, the patients from both buildings, some were able to get out onto the plaza and see it. But everybody was able to get to windows and stuff and at least look down and see it. And he, from what I heard, repeated his commitment to Craig Hospital and the work that he does, or that they do. And I don't know if anybody knows, he is citizen of Cherry Hills and lives not too far from us here, so he's pretty committed. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? City Manager's report?
No report.
Thank you, everyone. It's 11:33. This meeting is adjourned. Have a great evening.